Hello. Right, I think I'm finally ready. Rushing around at the last minute, sorting things out. Happy Saturday, everybody. Praise be the Spiral. Hope everyone's doing well. Thank you very much, Andy, for the host. Appreciated. It's been a really, really busy week for me. Mostly with .cosmos fixes here and there. It's looking really good though. Testers are well into playing it now. It's really hard, gotta say. Everybody said the same thing. It's really difficult. But that is kind of the point of the game, so that's fine. I didn't get a glass for my wine, so I am going to quickly go and grab a glass. Be right back. That's better. Can't do without that. Could have put the quiz on. Yeah, many more backdrops again tonight. I have been trying to put ones that you guys have previously requested, so it should be fairly easy to do, to guess most of them. There's only a handful that aren't. And I try and do, if I add things, I try and add them in groups as well. So if you see one, you might be able to guess some of the other ones. Not always the case, but I do with a lot of them. So I'm drinking Copperberg tonight. They've got a bottle of white wine tonight, Riesling, German wine. BT Bitty. Yeah, there's certain things that won't be going in there, that's for sure. Thank you, Kenneth Mirror, for the resub. Very much appreciated. So I hope everybody's Saturday's been exciting. You've had a good day. I don't know how many people are actually going out and enjoying the relaxation of the lockdown rules. I mean, I'm not doing that until I've had my COVID vaccination, but I'm sure some of you are already. Those in the UK, anyway. I don't know what the lockdown rules are like everywhere else. Thank you for the host, Proud 7. I very much appreciated. I was wondering where you were going to do that one. I've been going out just to cough near people. I should go out with a little squirty bottle and cough behind someone, then squirt them on the neck. They'll love that. Secret Christmas background. I'll give you another clue towards the Christmas one. It's a Christmas location. Oh, that's as much as I will say for that. One other thing I have done is with the timer up here is if somebody guesses, and it isn't a background, then for the first 5 seconds of the timer, anybody else can guess as well. So what that will mean is if everybody types in this in when the ready appears here, the first person who the first person who types in a valid background will have their background there. So it's a little extension on what we had last time. So it won't. So it's not just one person able to guess now. You've got a little bit more. A little bit more freedom with the timing. So there we go. Right, let me add points to you all. Let's crack on. So tonight we're going to do pick a mix. Just going to chill out and do the completion screen. I don't want to do any more mapping if I can help it on stream. I find the mapping a little bit boring. Doesn't make for that great a video. So there's not really a lot of that. So I will be doing that off stream from now on. Right, let's start the quiz for you guys and gals. Listen, I won't do too many listens to that. Jesus Christ, Andy. You used listen to tell me that. You're a joker. You really are. I love it. Bet it's PSX, right? You ready? Oh, Commodore. Okay. So yeah, I've had a very busy week. I've been doing a lot of things. I've wrote a new wrapper for the Cassette 50 competition that will allow us to load 28 games at once into memory with just a menu system to pick. So what we may be doing, depending on how it works, is adding all the games to a menu on one side of the tape, and all the like one half of the games on one side of the tape, one half of the games on the other side of the tape with a single load. It depends on how that works with the tape loader, but it should be all right, I think. I knew you were going to type Lapland. Wrong. But yeah, now you should get 5 seconds of kind of flexibility between the background changes, which should give everybody a bit of time to join in. Obviously, if you are lagging, you're going to have to kind of keep an eye on the chat for or just know what your lag time is so that you can type it in at the right time. But you've got a 5 second window now, so hopefully now you will figure it out. So oh, hang on. Oh, that was a discover. Okay. You can all guess at the same time, but you've only got a 5 second window. The first one that is a successful background will cancel that 5 second window. So if 10 of you guess, 3 of you correct a guess background, only the first correct background um, will be shown, because that 5 second window gets immediately cancelled the moment a correct background comes in. Okay, let's crack on with this. Okay, so I'm going to do the game completion stuff, which I think we'd already started work on. So let me just quickly do a test. I probably need to turn the music off as well, actually. In fact, I know I do. Ah, yes. Okay, so we'd got this far, and it was showing levels in this kind of grayed out format. Okay, cool. And if I remember right, they'd done this all in its own file as well. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. That's where all the Christmas presents come from. Okay, so with this being white wine, I'm going to open it straight away. Uh, Tonight's wine is raspberry blueberry wine in the spirit of Valheim, and Queen's Jam, which is real nice Queen's Jam. So I thought I'd get a different white wine tonight because I quite often just get Chardonnay or Sauvignon Blanc, and I like Riesling, although I tend to cook with it more than I tend to drink with it. So, um, but it is a very nice wine. There's lots of types of Riesling as well. So some of it's kind of sweet, some of it quite dry. I think this is more of a dry one. It definitely tastes more dry. Not super dry though. I'd say medium dry. There you go. You found it. Yeah, there you go. I knew you'd find it eventually. Who guessed it was North Pole then? Steps. I'm surprised you didn't get it last time actually, because it is something you'd typed in before. Somebody had actually typed in North Pole. It was in my list. So when I got to that one, I thought I'll just put Santa in there. Um, yeah, it has been guessed before. Exactly. Santa lives in, yeah. Well, it depends. It seems to be almost everywhere where you go in Lapland. There's a Santa grotto. Where we stayed in Sari Selka, they had a Santa grotto there as well. Uh, Santa Hotel as well. I think there was an actual hotel called the Santa Hotel. Okay, cool. All right, so let's get some window views set up. Okay, put some zero page stuff over here. So this week has been fun with Dot Cosmos Game Boy because one of the things that I was having trouble with was the music pausing when you went between screens. And the reason it does that is because you have to turn the interrupts off in order for the screen to draw correctly. So I had to basically either make sure that the music fired even without the interrupt. So it's set on an interrupt at the moment. No, it wasn't flags. um, or find a way to draw the screen without the interrupt. So I found a way to draw the screen without the interrupt, and then there was another problem, whereas whenever you ran the music routine, um, it would crash, but only on the real device. It wouldn't crash on the emulator, but it would crash on the real device. So I stopped the music from glitching. Like it slowed down a little bit between screens. So I stopped the music from glitching between screens, but now it wouldn't work on a real device. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, I spent quite a long time on that. So see you later, Kodrisil. Okay, right. Let's crack on. So what I want to do on this screen is I want to use a multiplexer, a very, very specific multiplexer just for this screen. Um, so actually, did we set an is complete property anywhere, or was that? I think that was on. Yeah, that wasn't on this, was it? Okay. So we can probably do it in here. And what we need to do is hook into the IRQ and send it over to here instead. Um, because what we're going to do is we're going to split the screen up into bands, and each one of those bands is going to display a sprite at a particular height. I'm just wondering if we need to actually move the bands. I don't think we do actually. I just need to. Well, let's see. See if we can make it without moving the bands. I don't think we do. I think I did on Luma, but I don't think we need to. Let's test it out. Okay, so first of all, we're going to need a value which says that we're in this completion screen. And we're going to need a way to reset that value as well. So let's go to start. Let's put the value in here rather than zero. It doesn't need to be in zero page. It's a quick thing. So let's just call it is completion or completion. We'll stick a byte in here. And basically this needs resetting whenever the game returns to the intro. So whenever it comes to this point here, should I do it here? Oh, we've already got it. We already have it here. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of that one then. Where is that then? It must be in this file. I've definitely put it in this file. No, it's there. Okay. Okay, so we already have an is completion flag. Let's find out where that's been set. Okay, so it's been set to 1 there. It's been set to 0 at the beginning of the intro here. Okay, cool. That makes that really, really simple. We're going to grab the IRQ now, which I cannot for the life of me remember where I put that. It's going to be in a weird place. I know that. There it is. And let's have a look. So our main IRQ comes in at this point here. It comes in at E2, so it's kind of down at the bottom of the screen somewhere. But what we need to do is we need to create a new IRQ system here. So what we can do, actually, we can just kind of override this one completely. We don't need to do anything in this side. We can just do it on this side here. So what we'll do is at this point here, we'll wait for the IRQ to be off the bottom of the screen, so there's nothing visible happening. So what we'll do is we'll load D011, and we'll, if that is positive, then we'll jump back to here. So what that's doing is it's just waiting until the raster is off the bottom of the screen somewhere in the bottom border. And this just makes sure that when we do the raster, our raster update, it's not going to update in the middle of the screen and cause a glitch. So it gets rid of that. Hey, Amok, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Oh, what have we got? Airwolf on the background there. And hey, Created as well. Welcome. Cheers, peoples. Yeah, I thought I'd go with white wine tonight because it's been a couple of weeks since I had a white wine. I've been drinking so much red wine recently and cider. So I thought I'd go for this. And this is actually really nice. It tastes a bit like a Sauvignon Blanc, actually, this one. It's kind of grassy. It's not a typical Riesling. There's some strange flavors in there, actually. Let me get my cheers stream. What shall I cheers, Amok? Let's cheer him with both. Cheers, Amok. There we go. Thank you very much for the bits. Very much appreciated. I hope you're getting on well with the Mega 65 stuff. I know you've been beavering away at that, getting something done. Actually, I received the first game today from Endurion. He's done a really good job as well. So it shows that you can definitely use the emulator to do some stuff in it. It's really good. So it's cool. I look forward to seeing what else everyone else does. But yeah, you can definitely write games in the emulator. I think that's been proven now. It's really good as well because this is exactly what the Mega 65 guys need and the emulator guys need. They need more stuff to test things out on. Because one thing that they need to be sure of is when they make changes that it doesn't break anything existing. But when you've not got anything existing, that's difficult to do. So the more stuff we give them, the easier it is going to be for them to kind of quickly check a few things, make sure nothing's broken. And likewise with the emulator as well, having something that works on the emulator is really good for them to test stuff. It's partly why I did Luma as well, to give them something to aim towards as well. So something that doesn't work on the emulator, but is actually not far off. I think it needs one thing for it to work, which is the ability to load using my disk loading system, which I realize is not the best disk loading system in the world, but it works on the real hardware. So if it works on the real hardware, it should work on the emulator as well. So I think that will be coming soon. Maria Whitaker. Wait, how did that one not appear in my log? Or maybe I didn't get to that. Or maybe it's strange. I thought I would have seen that one. Anyway, we're going to wait for the bottom border, and then we're going to create an IRQ here. So I'm going to put the IRQ. I'm going to put it down here because it's kind of a separate part of this. So, and basically, the way we're going to do this, we're just going to disable the interrupt so we don't break anything at this point. And then I am going to load the accumulator with Q, store that at FFFE. Okay, and I think for the purposes of this, so what I'm trying to do here is create a scrolling sprite text field, like a credits page, basically. In order to do that, we're going to have rows of sprites. So we're going to have rows of, I think we're going to do 7 sprites. And the reason I want to do 7 sprites is I want to keep one sprite to put to the side to maybe use for enemies and stuff, so that we can kind of have some kind of animations going at the side as it's moving up, maybe with double expanded sprites, that sort of thing. I don't know. I'll have to look at that, but let's go with 7 sprites. 7 sprites are each sprite's 3 characters, right? So that gives us 21 characters to put in the credit in each line of the credits. And if we use Actually, how big is our font? Is our font? I think our font's too big, isn't it? For might have to do wrong one. Well, we can either do 2 lines per sprite or 3 lines per sprite. It depends what we decide to go with. So, um, evening, guys. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Oops. So I just want to check what the font has in it. How tall it is. I think the characters, yeah, there's 7. So this is just a little bit. See, if they were 6, then it would be fine. But this is the arcade font. I don't want to ruin this, so that's going to stay the same. So it'll probably be two lines of text per sprite. Okay, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Actually makes the timings a little bit better as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is let's go with the top of the screen. I guess that's absolutely fine for now. We can always change this at a later date. And the only other thing we need to do is when we exit, we need to return the IR key back to this. But we'll do that when we're finished with it. For now, the completion is just going to go on a loop and never end. So. Making a basic game is easier than making one using assembly. Yeah, that's for sure. However, the one thing about the emulator is it's a lot better at doing the assembly than it is at doing the basic, and that's because with the emulator you're kind of stuck on the old version of basic. Because you can't really use bit shifters new things because of the licensing issues and stuff. So you'd be on the basic competition. You were all stuck with a very old version of the basic, which had lots of bugs in it. So you are kind of at the mercy of that problem, plus this kind of slowdown. So there is an advantage to the assembly. But yeah, I mean, I agree. It's at least with basic, it abstracts all the kind of the hardware away from you and leaves you with just commands basically that do kind of huge swaths of code for you. But obviously in assembly, you have to kind of know where the addresses are and what things are doing and how to go into this mode and how to go into that mode and stuff. So abstracts all the hardware and the speed. Yeah, it does abstract the speed away from you. Unfortunately, that's absolutely correct. Although it is a lot faster than most iterations of basic, and actually, BitShifter's done a really good job of adding small things to the basic that don't break basic compatibility. So they're just like new commands almost, or new features to the basic that will allow you to write faster basic. So for instance, one of the things you will do quite a lot in basic is that if you do this, however, that will also work. So hexadecimal addresses work, and they're faster because they don't have to be calculated as they don't have to be converted from decimal into binary. Instead, they go hexadecimal to binary, or hexadecimal into kind of 8-bit pairs, basically. So a lot faster like that. So nice Duke Nukem background there. And the other thing he's done as well is he's added DMA to the basic as well. So now there's DMA commands as well, so you can do things like fill the screen with certain characters very quickly, or do even do kind of bitmap line drawing and things like that. So there's a lot of very very quick things that could be done. Might just try copy paste on some of my C64, but that's what I did with Luma. It was incredibly simple. Basically DMA, yeah, it is strange, but if you do want to continue to use basic but have the power of being able to copy and move things around very quickly in memory, then he's added that ability in there. He's doing a really nice job with the basic, actually. Very, very nice job. It's going to be by far the most powerful 8-bit computer. Well, I mean, the computer is probably by far the most powerful 8-bit computer, but it's going to be the most powerful 8-bit basic in terms of speed. Maybe not in terms of functionality. I think that BBC Micro Basic is going to take that BBC Basic. It's going to take some beating to do better than that. But in terms of speed, absolutely, it's going to be the fastest one. Okay, so we've now created an hierarchy which points to this location here. So let's just set this up. So we need to store states. This is just pushing all our values onto the stack and restore. Is it restore state? Check down here. Yeah. And then we need to do ACAR interrupt register and return. Okay, so first of all, I just want to make sure this is working. So I'm just going to do an increment on the border. And I'm going to just test just to make sure that that's happening and it's in the right place. So we shouldn't really see any split. It will just be a smooth color kind of cycle. I say smooth color size. Give me that smooth color cycle. Oh, oh, thank you. Hey, there you go. There's a 5-pointer for turbo. Thank you. Boom. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Thank you, turbo. Okay, so it should jump straight into the completion. Oh, okay. It the IRQ happened way too quickly, so that's probably because. Okay, so this is just setting up screen. This is the actual start. Next map update. I think it's because there's still a transition happening. So, okay, so we need to time this a little bit differently. Okay, that's fine. If we look in here, really warm again. So whenever I start doing the stream, I suddenly just like heat up. Completion in it, completion start. Okay. Maybe at this point here, straight after the update. All right, let's do it there instead. I have a feeling this might not be the right place either, though. I think there is still, I think the transition is still happening, so I may have to do a little loop here which checks for the transition to be complete before the update function can run properly. What is calling the update? Oh wait, hang on. This update jump loop. Oh, that's doing a. Okay, this is actually doing some checks anyway at the bottom of the screen. Okay, we may have to look at that again in a minute. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. I thought it was a question, not a Shallan error. It does like calling me a shaman. It's always doing that. Yeah, see, it's still not right. Apple hates you. It's all right. Feelings mutual. Okay, yeah. So there is a tiny glitch as it goes in. So I think we need to wait for the timing of that. So let me just remove that for a second. It's in here. Just have a think about where this could go. Right. So this is our little wait for the bot border. In fact, let's move it into its own function. Let's call it start complete IRQ. Then that way we can just call it when we need to, and I don't have to keep commenting it out all the time. Oops, set 80 node. Okay, now we were doing that here, but this thing here does not next map. This update here, I'd like to see what this does. Okay, so it waits for a particular point on the screen, and then it sets the background to black. Oh, hang on. Wait, no, the background is black on this one as well. And there's no, oh, this is kind of pointless then. All this is doing is that. Which can just be done once. Doesn't need to be done several times like this. Okay, so we'll move that and put it into here. Actually, here. Good guess there, Steps. Good guess. That was a guess, wasn't it? Or did you? Yeah, it was a guess. Well done. Ah, okay. Yeah, see, that's the key with this. There is still a little glitch where it's like the wrong color. I think it's just. Hang on, let me slow it right down. You see how it's the wrong color, first of all? We do that in the debugger because I think I need to get rid of that first before we continue. What's this now? Oh, this is trying to load. Okay, let me pause. Rewind. So just trying to find that frame where it first draws. Okay, so it's going to be around here somewhere. Okay, so it draws, yeah, you can see it's doing some nasty stuff here. Now, where is that? It's in the draw map. So we could probably, yeah, look, it's drawing the whole. And then it colors it in properly. Okay, we probably just need to do a little bit of setup that we didn't have before. So the way I'm going to do this is quite simple. In here, oh, hang on, this is already store. Oh no, this is the HUD section at the bottom. Okay, so this is actually setting the background to gray. So set it to black instead. See what that might just be enough actually. Let's give it a try. Yeah, that's better. No glitch now. Right, okay, so we've got rid of that glitch. So the next thing is as soon as we get to that point, we can probably jump straight into our new IRQ as well. So let's try here, which is where it was before. Now that glitch has gone, it might fix the problem. Okay, perfect. So that came in smoothly. I just want to try again. Going to get rid of the border flash this time. And then we'll go ahead and start creating our splits for the sprites. We need to also find somewhere that we can write to put the sprites in this particular. Yeah, okay, perfect. In this particular bank, because at the moment all we have is well, I'd say at the moment on the C64 you have is 16K to do stuff in. So actually, let's go and have a quick look at what's going on in the banks. Um, in the debugger, because we'll be able to see any memory accesses to things, so we'll know where's a safe place to write. So there's two screens that I actually use here. So I actually also use this one at C400 during the normal game, but you can see it's not actually used in this one. You can see it's all just junk in here. And in fact, if I go to the right screen, oh my god, which one was it? That was that one. Uh, I mean, that'll do. So you see, this is where there. Sorry. Here's where the screen is. Um, here's where the second half of the screen is, and you can see nothing is right into that section here. So this blue section down here doesn't change. This is changing obviously as the screen changes. You can see that happening there, but it's never written to here. It is in the normal game, but during this section, it's not. So that means we can use this area for sprites. So what we're going to do is we're going to set some sprites up. We're going to use. Actually, how's the easiest way of doing this? Can we use all of the sprites? Let's have a think. Thank you, Svanok, for the follow. Very much appreciated. But we've also got this area at D00, which we definitely can't use. And then we've got stuff in that area which we can't use. Okay, so I think we're kind of limited to using. Let's just have a look in mode with the nice sprites at the side. I can never remember which one it is. Well, it's this one, isn't it? There you go. So there are some. So yeah, you can see these sprites here. So we obviously can't use those. Oh, are they being used at this location as well? Wait. Oh, I didn't realize they were being used there. I need to check that out. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be a second buffer. Maybe it's been used as a temporary store for some things. Okay, so this is just showing video RAM at the moment, IO RAM at the moment. Yeah, so there's some other sprites. And then there's a lot of blank here. A lot of blank actually. E800. E800 to EC100 completely blank. Okay, let's go and have a look at what that is in here. Reserve for intro sprites, player sprites. Oh, yeah, we've got a gap here. E800 to EC100 is a gap. Okay. Awesome. That's good. That gives us a whole section that we can use. So this entire area was completely blank, and this is like, yeah, this is like a whole kilobyte that we could have used here for other things, but it's perfect. So what we need to do is we need to work out how many sprites we can put in there. We may have to reuse sprites. If I can work that out in my head, that's okay. So we've got 16 sprites that we can use before we have to reuse sprites. If we're doing 7 on a row, that gives us kind of 2 rows, 14 sprites that we can set up before we need to calculate the next one. We can do the calculation pretty quickly, but we will need to transfer that data into the sprites. That's where it's going to be. That's where it's going to be tricky. So, if we imagine a sprite, it's got 21 lines. We're gonna put data into 14 of those 21 lines. So that's 42 bytes per sprite. If we do 7 sprites, that's 200. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot. I feel like I need to move some sprite data somewhere. So what other things have we got up here? We've got a char set up here. Dynamic sprite absorb frames. Reserve for intro sprites. Reserve for intro sprites. What does that actually mean? What is it, that location? Oh, we've got those. Okay, those bits to the side. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's think about the height of the screen. If we treat each sprite as having 2 rows of text, that's 14 pixels in a sprite, which means there are 7 rows of pixels that aren't being used. So if we space these things evenly and call it 4 sprites each, so that would be 4 pixels each. That would mean each sprite would need to be 22 apart on the screen. And the screen is 200 high, which means in order to display a full screen of sprites, that would need to be well, what is that? God, my head's not working right. 9 sprites, 9 rows. But you'd want another one for the scrolling off the screen as well. So it's actually 10 rows. So we'd need 70 sprites in order to make this work. That's a lot of sprites. So let's write some stuff down here. So the scroller requires 70 sprites, 10 rows of 7. Each row contains 2 lines of text, 7 pixels high, for a total of 21 chars per line, which equals 21 characters on a line equals what did I say now? It was 7 pixels high, 21 chars per line, so it's going to be 147 bytes per line. Equals 294 bytes per sprite row. So what this means is we have to update that many bytes. See, that's too much. That's too much. I need to find 70 sprites to make this work. Or I need to reduce the rows. I could reduce them down to 6. That would give me 60 sprites. So let's have a look at that. So that would need like 4K of memory, which I really don't have. That's the problem. Really don't have any memories free around here. So I do have I do have 4K, 1K that I can copy stuff out of to and from. The only gap I have is here, which is 1K. 1K between these. And also, no, enemy sprites are there as well. God damn it. I could have sworn I was using that as another screen. Oh, I'm using that. Okay. I like how it's allowing lots of guesses now. That's kind of cool. It's definitely working well. Crap, I might have to rethink this. I wasn't thinking about the number of sprites I needed. Um, shit. All right. Because the way this works in Luma, let me just check in Luma. I just need to make sure I'm not being stupid here. Pretty sure in Luma I have it on multiple sprites, not just like reusing the same one over and over again. I think it is different pointers. Has to be. I can't imagine updating that many at a time. Oh wait, hang on. Oh no, it would have to be still. Bit of Nightwish. Where's my pointers? Let's have a look in here. Pointer. Okay. Yeah, it's using all of these sprite pointers. It had to really. I mean, the problem is we don't have that many spare. So if we have a look in the sprite, let's check annoyed. God, I didn't think of this at all. I'm annoyed. It's all right though. I can figure something else out here. I'm sure. 16 sprites is not really enough to do proper credits unless I really space things out and reduce it right down. But then you're limiting hugely the amount of text you can put in. Um, in each row, and I don't really want to do that. There's also Y expanding sprites as well, I guess, to kind of get some more height out of them. Okay, let's just have a look. So this is our enemy file. As you can see, it's kind of used all the way up to the end. These two are dynamic sprites that are used to create the absorb effect, so they can't be used. This is 48 sprites. So where is that imported? Well, they're imported here. Oh, interestingly, oh no, that is 48 sprites. Damn it, exactly. And then the player sprites. No, it's in this one. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Again, we're using everything. There's one blank sprite. I'm pretty sure that's been used um, for kind of blanking out things. I think it has to remain there. So that's unusable as well. Um, we do have two char sets. We have some dynamic. I mean, and it's not a lot of space, so that's the problem. We have some char sets there. Let's have a look at these char sets. So that's char set at F000 and a char set at let's see what it's showing here. Yeah, it might do. Not really actually. I can't remember which one's used for the game. Let's have a look. Need to have a think about this. It's kind of annoying. I did really want to do that, but maybe we can just really, really space out the the character updates and change these values here. So I'll have a look in a minute. Hang on. Let's just work out where the rest of these things are going. Where's my assets import? Is it just in here? Oops. Okay, so we've got chars and intro chars here. Intro chars might have a bit of room in it, but I doubt it somehow. Because our game definitely doesn't. Oh, that's not it either, is it? I can't remember which one it is now. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Because we have the extra big font. Damn. Okay, that's and the last few are saved for IRQ stuff. Okay. Right. So let's just go on the assumption that all we've got is 16 sprites. How would we go about doing this? So one thing we do have is we have some extra bits of room elsewhere. So we could change. We can have a very specific font. You could remove. I'd rather not, to be honest. It's used for the header in the bonus, and I really don't want to because I want to use it for the scrolling message at the beginning. Thing is, this is a completion, right? It doesn't have to be amazing. It just has to be something. Um, so this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we go down the route of using a smaller font, uh, which is not going to be the easiest thing in the world to set up. I mean, we can use a. I mean, it just needs to be the alphabet and some letters. So, and it could be 6x6. So, uh, okay, right. Let's think of it this way, right? So, let's say we've got 16 sprites. If I did characters that were 5 wide, 6 high, 5 wide, I could fit 4 of them into a single sprite with a space after each one. So that would be 4 characters per sprite. And if I did 4 sprites on a row, that would give me 16 characters on a row. Or 12. 16 or 12, depending on which font I go with, right? So then if I reduce that to 4 and I change this to be 4 rows of 4, that's enough, right? I can fit 4 rows of 4 definitely on the screen, not a problem. So let's change it to require 16, right? Each row can then contain. Well, you would still do 2. So if you imagine a sprite, this is our sprite. We've got 6 rows of text here, six rows of text here, and that leaves 9 rows blank in the middle. So then if you space each sprite apart with a 9 rows of blanks here, that means this entire this sprite here, which is between these lines here. So this is a sprite, this is just blank. That means you've got 30 pixels for each 2 rows of text. That's still not enough though. God damn it. Huh. So we need to get some extra sprite space from somewhere, and I don't know where the hell it's going to come from. Right, so we can move some stuff. So we've got room at the end here to move some stuff into. So I could. I've also got these soft sprite patterns. Are these generated on the fly? Soft sprite create blit table. Hang about. Because if we can make room to move stuff, then we can have more sprites. Okay. Must admit, I have no idea what I'm trying to achieve. So what I'm trying to achieve is a system where I can have rows of sprites, each sprite being an individual pointer. So I can have essentially I want 70, but I could get by with 60. Different sprites on the screen using a multiplexer between each one. So we have 10 rows of 6 sprites. And then I'm going to draw characters into those and scroll them up the screen to create like a credit scroller. Problem is I don't have the memory to store 60 new sprite definitions in. So what I'm trying to do now is just find some memory that I can reclaim. One of the things I've noticed is this soft sprite patterns here. I'm just going to go and find out where that is, because I have a funny feeling this is generated on the fly by this thing here. And if that's the case, which it looks like it is, because it's not being written anywhere else. Soft sprite. Yeah, look, it's just being filled in here and here as well. So here's 2K that I can reclaim. Now this 2K is in an area of memory that I can't use with the uh, with the sprites, but I can move other stuff into there temporarily, right? So what I'm thinking now is when we return, we go to this point here. So this is going to set up our generated tables again. So we come back here. So also conveniently, it's going to set our IRQ back up as well. So we don't need to set the IRQ up in here. Okay, so let's call this return from completion. So we know where we're going to return to. And this should allow us to use that area of memory. So if you look in here, when I try and run the program, which is going to fail because now I've got this in here. So we'll come back to that in a second. So if you look down here, can you see it? Yeah, you can. Okay. You see this area here now, we can reclaim all of this. So that's another 2K. So we've already got 1K, we're adding another 2K to it, which gives us 48 sprites, which is already starting to look promising. So in order to do that, first of all, we need to make sure that this map buffer is not being used at all, because if it is, it's going to cause us problems. I don't think it will be, but there's a small chance it may do the copy when the new map is drawn. In which case, we just need to make sure that only happens on normal game and not during the completion. But this is a fun little exercise. Actually, this is a kind of lesson in kind of dynamic memory management, I guess. Yeah, I did it at the end of Luma, which is why I want to use it in here. It's really good. The reason I want to do it as a completion is it's a really good way to add quite a lot of text in, so I can add a lot of thanking everybody on the stream and stuff like that. It's probably going to be what I do in Cosmos as well. I know I'm lazy, and that's so far those are the completions in my games, but I could do something different on other games. But for now, this is what I'm going to go with. Okay, where's that not running? Shift. So, but it's a nice effect, and it's credits, right? It's proper. Why is this not working? Okay. Is this running slowly? It was running slow, wasn't it? So what we're looking for now is that area, particular area in memory that was on about, is not being used by anything else. Which this will do. Right. So what we're looking for is B800. Actually, no, I want the one with the thing on the side. Hang on. Yeah, this one. So you can see this is the balls that get thrown. Obviously, we don't need these in the completion, and they're generated dynamically. So no need at all for us to use this memory. So that's fine to clear. But this memory here, BC100, we need to use. And I notice it flash. You see the flash as it changed screen? So we need to make sure that doesn't get written to at that point. So that's pretty easy to do. So we're going to map loader, look for the word buffer. There you go, buffer map. So all buffer map is doing is making a copy of the map and putting it in that location, and that's used for doing the restoring of the text behind the bullets when you throw them, and a few other little things like collision and stuff. All stuff we don't need at this point. So all we need to do here is completion, and let's say it's still in. And if it's not, if it is completion, in other words, if this is non-zero, then we'll jump to here. Oops. Oh my god, there we go. Okay, so now when I run this, we shouldn't get that flash of update in that area. That's the map I want. It's 8, right? Okay. Yeah, you see, it doesn't flash at all now. So now this is safe. Now, just to make sure that is correct, I'm almost certain it is. I just need to make sure that it works properly in the game. In fact, I'm 100% sure it does, but I want to see for sure that that's the case. So somewhere in here, we're jumping straight to the completion. I have no idea where that is, but there's Goonies. Yeah. I toyed with various backgrounds for Goonies. I wasn't sure which one to put on, but I went with that one in the end. By the way, next week will be a Mega 65 stream as well. I need to get back to doing some Mega 65. I'm not doing enough of it, but I had been focusing heavily on getting the getting both this and Dot Cosmos done. This I'm fairly certain is pretty much complete now. I just need to do some small things around the map, and the completion is ready to go. This could even be the last pick and mix stream. I don't know yet. It depends how this goes. Maybe one more, I think. Why is that not working? Oh, because I need to joysticks on. There we go. So just need to make sure everything's working correctly. Yeah, it looks fine. Cool. But yeah, I think we're pretty much done with now with this game once this completion's in place. I'll hand it out to a few people to test. So if you want to test this, particularly if you can play it with a more than one player, that would be really handy. I realize not everybody's going to be able to do that, but if you can, that'd be good. and we'll get it out there. I just want to. I just kind of want it done now. As much as I think the game is decent, I've seen it so much. I'm just kind of tired of seeing it now. So good background is going. It's good now because you can all kind of guess at the same time. It's nice. I like it. I don't know who suggests. Somebody suggested that on a couple of streams ago. It was a good suggestion. Yeah, look at that. That's a glass of wine. Okay, cool. Right. So that means now we have that whole area to play with. So that gives us something that we can copy in. Now we're using this area, aren't we, at the moment? So I'm going to suggest that we get rid of the upper end of these player sprites and put that into that new area that we've just reserved for it. So this gives us 48 sprites then. So we need to make two functions: one to save those sprites and one to restore those sprites. So save player sprites, and it's only the upper end of the player sprites as well. And restore player sprites. So this is going to be pretty simple. I'm just going to do this. Yeah, pretty much like this. I'm not even going to bother doing any fancy loop or anything. It's just going to be. There's only eight of these, so it's absolutely fine. Like so. Right, let's use a for loop just to make it a bit neater here. So a question I get asked quite a lot. There's some confusion over how these for loops work. These are just a directive for the assembler. They do not actually create a new loop in the assembly. What this is actually doing is it's using JavaScript style constructs to repeat this piece of code this many times. It's not actually doing this at runtime. This is just an assembly time construct, and it should definitely not be viewed as anything other than that. It's very easy to fall into the trap of expecting this to be a loop that actually happens at runtime, and it's not. This is just the equivalent of me doing this and pasting it 8 times. It's just neater to do it like this, and it allows me to do things like this, which will generate this address on the fly during assembly. So instead of repeating those lines and just changing it, it's a nice way of kind of generating it. I think the equivalent in other things in other systems is something like this. You put a repeat and you do an end repeat like that, and then you can do some code in the middle. But it's the same sort of macro. It's just kick assembler is nice because it uses familiar kind of JavaScript constructs. So um, hmm, no way assembly. Yes, assembly indeed. 10 seconds window would be better because of lag. We all get. Yeah, maybe I'll up it to 10 seconds. That's not a bad idea actually. I can't do it now though, but yeah, maybe I'll up it. And thanks for advertising .cosmos. Yeah, so .cosmos is still available for pre-order, as it will be pretty much until it's ready to go. And you can win one of these um, by entering the raffle on the site. It's coming along really well, actually. I've been getting some good feedback from the testers. Everybody seems to be enjoying it. Like I say, they're finding it a little bit difficult. Make it 3 minutes for my log. I got my head around KK Assembly just a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, once you get your head around them, they're incredibly powerful. So um, this stream does not have the tag programming, does it not? I thought it did. It really should do. Oh, it has game development. Let me add programming in there as well. Thank you very much. That should have been in there. Oh, it's because I can only select 5. Hang on. Software development. Yeah. But I think it does need more. I'm going to get rid of mode creative. That probably shouldn't be in there. Although I do find, yeah, there we go. That's better. Cool. Thank you very much, Dendriform. Appreciated. And thank you for the follow, Zampa Blue and Svanok as well. I think I missed that one. Thank you very much. Oopsie did. It's just habit for you now, Andy. It's just habit. And good evening as well, Decor. Cheers to Rotterdam City. It's macro. Is it seriously? Actually, it wouldn't blame you if it was. Sorry, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Hi there, Tampa Blue. No, okay. But your muscle memory has it macro, that's for sure. Add an ST tag if you need to reduce. That wouldn't reduce the visitors. That would it would do anything. It just wouldn't add any. We already have the only ST fan in the world in the stream, so all right. And restoring is just the same in reverse, basically. So like that. So what this means now is when we jump into this function, this kind of completion, the first thing we can do is we can save these player sprites out. So we'll do that. Let's do that here. And then when we exit this thing, we need to do the restore. BDST, no ST background. There are 3 of you. Wait. Oh, Andy and 2 dogs. Cool, Digital Stefan. Thank you very much. It's a really, really, really nice Game Boy as well. So it's a custom built Game Boy Color made by Retro 6. They take original hardware, they clean it all up. They replace things like the amplifier, the screen. So it's a backlit IPS screen with several kind of color profile modes on it. It's got a tempered glass screen instead of a plastic screen. The cover of the lens on the front, so it doesn't scratch quite as easily. They add a new amplifier into it as well. Although one thing I have noticed is if I put the music on really, really loud, and turn it on, it can sometimes just turn it off. It's too powerful for it. I think it needs to be on mains power sometimes. Hang on, does the Game Boy come with the game? I do not know. Actually, I do not know. Uh, I don't. Yeah, I don't think it does. I'd have to speak to Zappy. That's a really good point because at the same point you can enter the competition. You can enter the competition to win this without pre-ordering. I just want to make that clear. You don't have to you don't have to pre-order the game in order to enter the competition for this. You can just enter the competition. It costs £5 for a ticket, and you can be in with a chance to win this. So you do not need to pre-order the game in order to get this. But what that means as well is that people who are pre-ordering the game may pre-order it because they want to pre-order it, but may also enter the competition to win this. So I don't think it does come with the game. That wouldn't make any sense from that point of view. But maybe it should somehow. I'll have a word with Zappy about that. It's a good point actually. Okay. Right. Let's give this a quick check just to make sure that data is being stored. So not loading. Oh, because I'm in the wrong file. Copperberg. That's a good one. I can't believe I didn't. I'll end up with 2 copies of it just because I'm going to win. There we go. That's the one I want. Right. So what I'm expecting to see now is a copy of the data that's at B800. For this to be the same data that's at E. Oops. And it is. You can see there. It's exactly. You see the sprites on this side. This is the sprites. They're multicolor sprites, but you can kind of just roughly tell what that they're the shape of them here. And if I go to V800, it's exactly the same sprite layout here, so that's good. Surely the Game Boy comes with the game and 2 printed dot figures plus a dot magazine and a VHS with six episode dot Cosmos TV series. One thing I did want to do, and I may still do this at some point if I can find a way to sell the merch through the site. Actually, it's a good point. I need to speak to Zappy about t-shirts. I asked him about the getting the design for the t-shirts, and he was talking about potentially doing it as well. But I definitely want to sell. I want to add some more merch to the merch store on here. There we go. But one thing I did want to do was lenticular, like I've shown it before, like the lent where you tilt it one way and the other way, and you can have two images based on only the Game Boy image when you look at it from one direction, and the Game Boy original mono image when you look at it from one direction, and the Game Boy Color image when you look at it from the other direction. It would have been kind of nice, I think. Okay, yeah, so this is great now. So that means we've freed up from E000 all the way up to EC100, I think. Is there any more to clear up here? Okay, there's these frames here as well. So we can find another 1K. We're laughing here now. Well, we can definitely squeeze something in here at B400. So I'm gonna do that as well. So I think we've got 64 sprites here now. So again, we're just going to piggyback on these routines here. Just going to make some slight changes to this. This time we're going to load EC100 to B400. So in fact, I can do this. Hang on, E8. Oh, then there's a gap. Yeah, all right, that's fine. So it's a little bit weird because I could probably piggyback these on each other, but this is into one routine, but this is fine. This is absolutely fine. So now we can't use that B400, so I'm going to make sure that's blanked out somewhere so it doesn't get overwritten. Let me just find where it says soft sprite patterns. I mean, it's not technically soft sprite patterns as well now. It's actually something else, but by doing that, it still block that area out, and it means no code can overwrite it without throwing a warning. Cool. So that leaves us. It still leaves us 3K or so, just under 3K to do the code and intro text and stuff, which is, I think, it's going to be plenty. We've still got a little bit of room in the bottom, I think, down here as well. Actually, no, I haven't. It's fine. I think 3K is going to be enough for the text and this code as well. Well, let's have a look. Maybe if I can make it work with 48 sprites, that would be all right. So let's have a look. So looking back to this original plan, the last plan, which was 6 rows of actual text. Actually, we can use 7. Then I don't have to create a new font. We can just use the same font, and then another 7 with text here. That leaves 7 blank lines in the middle. That's our sprite. And then if we have 7 blank lines here, and then that gives us 28 pixels per line of sprites. So 200 divided by 28 is going to give us 8 rows and a little bit. So let's just work out exactly. Well, I'll just work it out here. 28 times 8 is 160, 64, 224. Actually, that might be enough. Might actually be enough. So that gives 8 rows. And if I put 6 sprites on each row, that's 48. Okay, let's write this in here. Okay. So 48 sprites, 8 rows of 6. Each row contains 2 lines of 7 pixel high divided by a 7 pixel high gap. Each sprite row is placed with gaps of 7 pixels. Which means we don't need to worry about that. Okay. Eight rows therefore consumes 8 times 28 equals 224 pixels. Which is perfect, is absolutely perfect. Because that means you'll only ever actually see 7 sprites at a time, 7 whole sprites at a time. But it will be the top and bottom one will be half of sprite 0 and sprite rows 0 and 7. So who did oh, okay. I thought someone had actually guessed that one. Okay, sweet. That's good then. Okay, so with that in mind, we can start setting up our splits. So what I'm thinking, okay, let me just keep that on there. I'm going to keep this here as well. Right. So what I'm thinking is if we have some raster lines like this, where would that raster have to be to draw the first row of sprites in all positions? So the first row of sprites needs to be visible all the way up to scrolling completely off the screen at the top. The screen top border is 50, the sprite is 21 high, so that means this one would have to be at 29. Then this can display at minus 21 to 0. Then there'd have to be a gap. So 57. So this would be 57 for the next one, because the gap is 28 on each one. And when this gets to... Oh no, this kind of needs to move, doesn't it? It has to move with it, because for a sprite to be halfway across these lines here, oh, it'd have to be displayed in this one. Like that. Yeah, there we go. This is right. So we don't need multiple. Okay. So let's make a new table here. So sprite split lines. Sprites, it's called sprite split RY. So these need to be at these very specific locations. I'm going to minus I'm going to -2 on them all, actually, so there's a little bit of flexibility with them. It should be enough, I think. So 27 for the first one, and then 28 between each one. So 55, 83, 111. Is that right? Yeah. 139. So that's 5 rows of sprites. 150, 167, 6 rows. 295. You can see now at this point we're oh no, we're not quite off the bottom because it needs to be 250 is the bottom. Okay. I think this is going to work. I think this is going to be well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when we try and move the sprites up if it actually works or not. Okay. So we're only using 48 sprites, which means actually we don't need. It's all 64. We probably don't need these bits now. We're just using 48. So 28 on this is 223. All right. So we need to make sure that's reset to 0. Let's get some wine in. I'm being a bit slow with the wine tonight. I'm actually struggling to drink the white wine now. What's wrong with me? Some more cider. Okay. So we'll do it in here when we start complete IRQ, which is here. So before we exit this, we're going to load accumulate with 0. And we're going to store that at sprite split index. So that's going to make sure that our sprite split is exactly on 29. And we will make sure we grab, where was it? Here. This value here should be the first value in that sprite split list. Okay. And then all I'm going to do in here, just for now, I'm just going to increase the border. And then I'm going to load the accumulator with, well, load X with sprite split index. So we're going to have a restart. What this is going to do, this is just going to take the index set back to 0 again. Actually, we can do that. Let's just do it like this, actually. And let's actually do this in a slightly different way. So I'm going to repeat this, even though we've already got it here, just because this is a temporary thing. And I'm going to do this anyway, just so I can show the correct versions here. And then what we're going to do is going to store that X in D012. So the next time this runs, so let's put a little note here, get next line to split at. Okay, so if we run this, what we should hopefully see is the screen split into 8 zones down the screen with a different border color for each one, going from white to well, orange it'll be, I guess. Okay, now I'm not seeing that. What we're seeing is a lot of this going on, which means this is not Why is that not working? That should be fine. Oh, this is why, because we need to do. Oops. Oh, what the hell happened there? Oh my god, what's going on? Keyboard's doing weird things. I may be mad, but I've asked Sean to look at the possibility of building me a crazy, crazy custom keyboard. So so currently I use this thing, which is a very, very tiny mechanical keyboard. It's really, really nice. It's got nice switches in it. It's got black switches. It's a very nice keyboard. However, I want something a little bit fancier, so I'm going to go for. Oh, what is that one? Oh, you wanted the Rio Grande. So what I'm going to go for is something slightly bigger. I want the F keys back on it. I don't want. That's the only extra row I want. I don't want anything else. I don't want any numpad down the side or anything. But I want a black walnut case. I want a proper wooden varnished case, keyboard case in it, and I want a proper optical telium or whatever they're called switches. Um, I realize it's going to be freaking expensive. I mean, I'm probably looking at around about for the features I want on it and the quality of the components that I want on it. I'm also going to have. I need to speak to actually. I don't know if anybody from Mega 65 is in here at the moment. Um, but I want to speak to them about potentially buying a set of the Mega 65 keycaps because they're absolutely gorgeous. And I realize they won't be cheap either. But if I can get a set of those, that'd be really good. If not, I'll go down a kind of more custom route. But I kind of want that feel to them. So I want a concave profile on the keyboard. So keys that are kind of higher at the top than they are at the bottom, so it kind of curves like that. Um, but I'm probably looking at around about £500 plus for the kind of keyboard I want to get, which is expensive, very expensive for a keyboard. But I'm intend on buying something that's going to last me a long time. So, um, but I really, really want the black walnut, and I want it to be very, very high quality black walnut. Yeah, Apple is overpriced though. You don't get that kind of customization with Apple. Oh, sorry, you can add some wheels to your Mac Pro for $400. I don't have anything to upgrade in my computer. I have nothing to spend my money on in my computer. The only other thing I could possibly do is buy another RTX 3090, and there's no way I'm doing that. There's just no need. It's already more powerful than I need. Um, so yeah, £500 for a keyboard sounds expensive, but when you consider the customization it's going to have, it is going to be hand built, custom built to my exact specifications, um, and something that's going to last me a long time. Whereas the Mac, how much is a Mac keyboard nowadays anyway? I don't want it to code itself for £500. It might not be 500. I'm fully expecting it to be that much. See, £140 for a Mac keyboard, and they're awful. They're absolutely awful. Um, I'm sorry if you. Oh no, you agree? Yeah, it is shit. They're awful, terrible, terrible, terrible keyboards. I don't know how they get away with charging that for them. I guess it's the aluminium construction on them. I guess. Um, and the quality of the keys is awful. Like they're not mechanical keyboards for that. They're still kind of butterfly membrane switches. They're terrible. That's ridiculous. No keyboard is worth more than €10. So this one was about I think this is about £80 or something. This one, but it is really nice to use. So okay, there we go. So we can see we've got the zones split now, and these are kind of exactly what we need. Um, and Model M, good but very noisy. Yeah, so this is one of the things I went for on this was cherry black. So actually, the gator on black switches, so they're quite quiet um quite quiet for keyboard switches, and also for like I got this one because it has a nice nice way of configuring it as well, which you don't get on most keyboards. And it's just so tiny as well. It's such a nice little keyboard. Um, for an external one, you can always build your own. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So my son builds mechanical keyboards, so I'm getting him to do me one, commissioning him to do me one. Which is why I'm going to go. So like the reason I think it's going to cost a lot is because I'm not just going to buy a case for it. I'm actually going to design 3D design, print out some 3D print prototypes to test out the case, and then when I'm happy with it, I'm going to get a CNC company to CNC it out of a solid piece of black walnut, and then get it varnished and stuff. So it is going to be expensive in terms that it's going to be very very custom. um Getting to field it with keys from an old spectrum. You're way down that rabbit hole as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm not hugely into it, but like I said, I don't have a lot to spend my money on. And I know that sounds really stupid, doesn't it, that I just want to blow my money on stuff. But I like upgrading my PC. I like having the best PC that I can get, and it's one of those things that it's my hobby, right? That's I don't drive, I don't go out drinking heavily or anything. I drink all my booze on on Saturday on stream. So I'm all for kind of spending a lot of money on my computer equipment. And the keyboard is one area that I'm still not 100% happy with. I like the keyboard I've got, but I'd like to get a proper custom one. Um and also it gives my son more kind of exposure as well when he starts to, because he wants to start selling them eventually. So yeah, exactly. I mean, I've spent I had a Logitech keyboard, a mechanical Logitech keyboard that was about the same as about 150 quid or something. But yeah, exactly. I want to design this down to the kind of, I may even do the PCB, custom PCB for it as well, because I can do PCB design. Um, so I don't know yet. I need to have a think about it. But anyway, that's a while off yet. I need to plan it out. But it's just something I kind of thinking of doing. It's gonna be fun. I like it. Speaking of wasting my money, although this isn't so much of a waste, actually, I don't think. I just ordered a Sega Nomad as well, which is coming. So I'm getting a refurbished Sega Nomad with a backlit screen and battery pack upgrade and stuff like that. It's got quite a lot of new stuff in it, and a Mega Drive EverDrive cartridge as well. So I could have just got a Mega Drive, but I'm down a handheld rabbit hole as well at the moment. So I thought I'd go all weird and get a Sega Nomad, which I'm really looking forward to getting. Actually, should get that next week. Okay, let's go ahead and set the sprites up for this as well now. So before we go into this, we could probably do it here actually. No, let's do it. Let's move this start complete IQ and put it down here, so it's all together. I want to keep all this stuff together. And let's do set up sprites here. I'll do that in here as well. Uh, QMK is a go-to firmware in my opinion. So check in which MCUs it's supposed to be, just make your own PCB. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely going to investigate that, because if I make my own PCB, that gives me the option of having exactly the layout that I want as well. It could be that I take an existing PCB design and just split it a little bit and have it split. I'll tell you who's got a really nice keyboard. What's his name? Esden from he raids us now and again. He's got a split custom keyboard. It looks like, and that's wooden as well. That's the kind of thing I'm aiming for. I don't know whether it's going to be split or not yet. That's something I've not decided on. It's probably a good idea because I do get RSI now and again. So Nomad looks a lot like a Game Gear. It's essentially just a portable Mega Drive. So they've obviously they took what they learned from the Game Gear, figured a way out of getting the Mega Drive hardware into a handheld, um, and then and then released it. Yeah. Okay, let's do the set with sprites. Okay, so sprites. What do we need to do? So the Y positions, we don't need to do that at this point because the Y positions are going to be set by the IRQs. So we will do that when we get to that point. What we do need to do is we do need to set the X positions. The X positions, once they're set, will not change. The X positions will remain exactly the same all the time. The sprites are only ever going to be moving up the screen. So let's start by working out the actual positions of the sprites. So if we look on our screen like this, each one of these sprites is 24 pixels wide. If we've got 6 of these, that means we've got a total of 144 pixels wide. Now the screen is 320 wide, and we want this to be bang in the center. So to make that in the center, we need to take this value away from 320, which gives us 176, and divide that by 2, which gives us 88. So 88 is the start position in the screen space for these sprites. So sprites start at 88 pixel in screen space. Which is 88 plus 24, which is 112 sprite space. Okay, so 112 is our position where we're starting from. I'm going to leave all this in here. Actually, it's going to be useful to somebody, I guess. So let's get some alcohol in me. The alcohol, always, the liquid logic is always good. Oh, Microman, thank you very much for the resub. I missed that completely. Thank you very much for the resub. 12 months, man. Wow. Very cool. Very, very cool. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Agile Joshua as well. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciated. Mega Drive second best console. Mega Drive I had a lot of love for the Mega Drive. I was a Mega Drive kid rather than a SNES kid. I never actually owned one myself until much later on. But I always used to play a few of my friends' houses, and they all had Mega Drives. There was very few people that actually had um, very few people that actually had the SNES. Although the one guy I did know who had the SNES also had the floppy add-on for it as well. So he basically would go down to the local video shop, rent out games, and just copy them onto floppies. So he had the biggest game collection out of any of us. Okay. Right. Okay. So 112 is our. Was it 112? Yes. 112 is our start position for these sprites. Actually, let's do this in hex. It's a bit easier to look at in hex. Because the sprites are exactly 24 wide, it's easier to do the maths in hex than it is to do it um, in decimal. Can't remember the word of the thing. So hexadecimal. What am I doing? Hexadecimal addition when you're using values that are kind of multiples or divisions, like equal halves or quarters of a 16, is much easier in hexadecimal than it is in decimal, as you will see now. So we need to store 6 sprites. So we need to do 6 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we need to add 24. And that is basically add 1 to this side, add 8 to this side. So in this case, we add 1, we add 8, and that carries that over. See, it's nice and simple. And there we go. And we don't actually need to set anything over on the MSB. So that's pretty good. We just need to update these. Cool. All right. So what else do we need to do? We need to turn these sprites on. We need to make sure that the first 6 sprites are on. That's nice and simple. That's just setting 3F in here and storing that at D015. Now we also need to make sure these are not multicolor, which I think is easiest way to do is going to be set 0 in D01B. I want to say I can never remember exactly which one this is. Let's just check. Memory map, where are you? There we go. D01B. No, that's priority. D01C. There we go. We also need to make sure that these are not double width and not double height. So D01D and D0. What's the other one? D01D, D017. Okay. And we need to set the colors to all be white as well. So would this be quicker if I did 6? Yeah, it would. Right. It's just working out if it's quicker in a loop or not. I mean, cheaper in a loop as in cycle wise, which it is. Not cycle wise, byte wise. Cycle wise, it won't be, but byte wise, it will be. Hey, Anonym. Oh, I took a. Actually, let me show you. Let me tell me if you think this is suitable or not. I just took a screenshot from one of the streams. I don't know if it's kind of suitable or if you want something a bit more kind of tailor made. I don't know if that's good enough for you or not. I was going to drop it off for you later. I picked this one because it has a nice view of the kind of C64 debugger. It's got a picture of me, and it's got the little race at the bottom, so people can see. It's a bit of fun as well as kind of educational. There's fun as well. Okay, if that's good. In fact, I'll drop that to you right now. While I remember. There you go. I meant to send it to you, but I got sidetracked by some other stuff, so apologies for that. Cool. So maybe with some text in it, and okay, yeah. Well, ignore that one then. I will update it. I will put at the top where that green bar is at the top. I'll replace that with a kind of with a URL. Yeah. Thank you for that. So Anonym is sorting out the transmission 2021 demo scene kind of event, and I'm helping. Well, not helping. I'm just sending him a little advertisement for the stream to add to the slide deck, basically, so we can get more people in our fun little scene. Yeah, what I'll do is where it says Shalan 50k at the top of that, I will kind of extend that out a little bit and make it. I'll put the put the Twitch URL in there as well. It should be enough, I think. Yeah. Cool. Online event. I imagine it is an online event. I can't imagine. I can't imagine anybody running these things properly at the moment. But yeah, online demo pie. Yeah, thought so. Demo pie. That's the word I was looking for. I just not got the words today at all. COVID is not over. The government have told you it's over, but it's not. It's not. Yeah, I'm over it, definitely, but it's not over, unfortunately. Okay, let's move on to. Hang on, let me get my proper screen up. There we go. Okay, so we've set the sprite horizontal positions. We've turned on the right sprites. We've set the width and height and multicolor mode properly so they're all the normal size, and multicolor mode is disabled for them, and we set them all to be white. So that's kind of perfect, right? I don't know where they're going to appear now, but let's just have a look where they do appear, and then what we'll do is we'll. Well, in fact, no. Let's go. Let's do this next step here. Okay, so um, so actually we can use the split positions to work out the actual positions, right? What we do need is we need like a sprite scroll index, um, which is for now it's going to be 0, but we will actually no, this needs to start on 21 or whatever it is. This is like the maximum. Actually, no, it's not 21. It's because it's 7 as well, so it's actually 28. I think it's 28. Oh, 28. Sorry. Um, let's try it. I think that should be right. And we need to add 2 because of this, but we'll do that as part of the routine. Okay, so we're going to do that here. So set sprite my positions. Let's put this in Y. Hang on. Let's do this all like this. Hang on. Let's just change that. Change that to Y. Now we'll put this up here. So Y is our split index. And we're going to just put that in there like that. Now, if I clear the carry flag here, it should never overflow at this point. Because all we're going to do is we're going to add R2, which actually we can probably integrate into our counter here. So instead, I am going to start at a 1E, and I'm not going to add 2. I'm just going to add that value. So just going to add that there like that. So we're going to add our scroll index, and then we're going to store that at D001. Actually, I'm going to unroll this because I don't think. Yeah, this needs to be quick, so I'm gonna unroll this. This does need to be very quick, so. But at the same time, we need pointers here, right? So the other job that we need to do here is we need to grab a pointer value and we need to increment that as well. Now, this is where it gets a little bit tricky because what we need to do is we need to cycle the pointers round as we move. So every time a row scrolls into the next region, those pointers need to be shifted up so that the next one appears there. For now, the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to have Sprite. I'm just going to call it Sprite pointers here. And this is basically going to point to those areas in memory. So we're using 48 sprites, and those sprites start at E000 and go all the way up to EC100. So that means our sprite numbers are from C0. No, sorry, that's wrong. 80. So our sprite numbers start here, and we're going to use pointers like this. Now, this is going to need a little bit of work to get this to work correctly, but for now we'll just do it like this. What's going to have to happen here is there's going to be another kind of split index here. So this is going to be like our shift index. In fact, I'm going to call it. And this is you take this current sprite split that you're on and you add the shift index, and that's going to give you which sprite pointer row we should be using. For now, we'll just keep it at 0, and we'll work on moving that as well. So. Oh, so It's an interesting story that actually, because how do you get to Wales? Oh my god. We had so Checkanoid, which I do on Thursday. I basically put the pick and mix music in it as a placeholder for timing. Now Jason Page is doing the actual music for Checkanoid, and he's done a very very good job. I have to say, what I'm about to say about the music is uh, nothing to do with the quality of the music that he's done, and there's no way I'm going to change anything for this. But Pick and Mix uses Goat Tracker, and the Pick and Mix music was probably using around about 16 raster lines. Now, Checkanoid, as you know from the multiplexing stream that we did, is very very tight in its timings. There's a lot of stuff going on, and it has to be very very tight. So when I got the new music from Channel 50K PC, that's a good idea as well. I do like that. It's picture worthy, isn't it? When I got the new music from Jason Page, I put that in, and I started getting glitches in the laser again. I was thinking, okay, maybe this is something I haven't noticed. Maybe it's just something particular I hadn't noticed before. But it turns out, so I put some border checks around the music routine, and it turns out the routine that he's using uses double the amount of raster time that the Goat Tracker ones, because he's using SID Tracker on the iPad. Now, the quality of the music is amazing. I am not going to force Jason Page to rewrite the music in Goat Tracker. I'm very happy with it. But it does mean I had to fiddle around with the timings quite a bit as well. Um, so yeah, there's that. It was just a little bit frustrating because when I was originally talking about the various music trackers, I was told that SID Tracker was not that bad, uh, and in fact, I was pointed to a website that showed it actually wasn't that bad. But the end result is that Jason Page can do an awful lot with SID Tracker, and obviously the tests that were in this benchmark that I'd been pointed to were not looking at the sort of things that Jason Page would do in the music. And so the end result is, oh my god, it uses a lot of raster time, a lot more raster time than really I would like to give up. But the music is incredible. It's actually really really good. Um, I did that with the floppy light. That's cool. So yeah, that was a little bit of fun I had through the week. Actually, I need to speak to Andy about that at some point. Because it is going to be a little bit problematic. So, but it's fine. It's fine. And to talk about what you're saying there, Anonym, I don't know if I'm sure everybody has seen this, but there's the guy that writes music on floppy drives and printers and scanners, and he just has a bank of floppy drives set up, and all these floppy drives do is they grind the stepper motors at a particular frequency to play tunes, and he's got like Star Wars, and he's got loads. I mean, he must have maybe 30 or 40 different tunes that he's done with it. They sound amazing. Yeah, he's brilliant, isn't he? Flopatron, that's it. Yeah, Flopatron, that's the one. It's really good, and he uses scanners as well. So he's got a scanner, and he's taken like all the screen off, and he's just the stepper motor going. Absolutely incredible. And they're really, yeah, they are really, really good as well. I mean, they sound spot on. It must have taken some effort to tune that bloody thing. Anyway, let's get on to another cider. Let's get this in and let's check this out. Where are we? We're 2 hours in. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I've been slowing it down a lot recently. I think I'm not drinking the right concoctions. Equipment. Oh, it is equipment abuse. That's for sure. That's for sure. I worry about that guy because he sees a floppy drive, and whereas kind of there's a portion of society that thinks nothing about floppy drives, then there's this portion of society, this retro kind of side of society that thinks, oh, they're kind of aging tech, nobody makes these anymore, we need to salvage all of these, we need to save as many of these as possible. And then there's him who sees them and goes, "Oh, that will do for an A minor. That will do for an A flat or something like that, A sharp." It's painful. uh, it's very impressive though. Yeah, can't watch it. Can't watch it. It's cringy. It is. Yeah, if you respect, I'd like to think that what he's doing is he's taking ones that are kind of completely broken in terms of the heads and things like that, and actually don't work probably. But I suspect they're not. I suspect he's using a lot that are fine. It's all right though. The guys at Mega 65 have bought shitloads of floppies. They've got thousands of floppies, I think, or hundreds at least. Anyway. Um, Okay, all right, let's take a look at this. So we're setting these, and then we need to set the pointers as well. So the thing is these need to happen relatively quick. This is why I've left 2 lines before these happen, because what I want to do is I want to set these. So the great thing with the Y position with sprites, I've probably mentioned this before, if you've got a sprite on the screen on the C64, once it begins drawing, you cannot change its Y position. You can change its X position, and you can make it kind of wobble. And you can do lots of things in the X position. You can change its pointer. You can definitely do that. But what you can't do is change its Y position. So what you can do with Y position stuff is you can, once a sprite starts drawing, you can set the Y position for the next sprite down here, and until this one has finished drawing, it won't move. And then when it gets to the second one here, it will start doing it. So on those lines, comma Y, no, no, I don't. This is yeah, these are just hard coded values. I was considering doing it with a loop, but I decided not to. So but thank you for spotting that. Yeah, you can stretch. So you can do some kind of clever stuff with the Y stretch. In fact, if you time it just right, you can make the sprite expand down the entire screen as well. And if you get your timings even more accurate, you can actually work out exactly where the sprite data will be fetched for each room for each row. um I forget what they call it, but there's a word for how the data will jump around inside the sprite. So you can actually create sprites with a pattern that repeats down the whole screen. I did something similar for one of my Be Right Back effects, where I stretched the sprites completely down the screen, but they were just completely filled in, so it didn't really matter the order that things would jump through. But the really good demo coders will actually know the pattern that they can create down the screen just by repeating certain blocks of data, by timing the exact kind of point where they turn the stretch on and turn it off again. um, um, yeah, it's a very cool demo effect though. I've seen some very impressive stuff done with that. But yeah, I did use it in one of my Be Right Back screens, I think, or one of my starting soon screens, to create kind of vertical bars that kind of moved in different colors, and as well as horizontal bars. Okay, so yeah, anyway, this is why setting the Y position is kind of okay, but the pointers, we definitely need to get them set, because the moment you set the moment you try and set the pointer, um, that will update, that the data will update on the screen. So these the pointers need to be set at the very last minute, but with enough time that they will update before the text is shown. So I'm hoping this is going to be all right here. We might have to mess around with these a little bit to get rid of any jitters, but probably going to be all right, I think. Okay, so so this is going to be at sprite pointers +0, then it's going to be +1, and so on. And the value we need to put in here, actually, I'm going to do it with X because it's going to be a bit easier to do with X. Um, I'm going to grab this value, first of all, from this list here. But the carry flag should still be clear. None of the things that happen in here should overflow the carry flag here. So I'm going to add Sprite shift index. Wait, hang on. Let me get this right. It's not that one yet. So this needs to be load. Oh, we've got the Sprite split index in Y, so we can transfer Y to the accumulator. We can add the Sprite shift index, and we can add that with 07. So that will give us a value somewhere in this routine here, which I need to in this table here, which I need to finish off. 1420. So this would be A4. So 8, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, not quite. And this would be AA. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is up by 6, 6. Yes. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so now X contains a value that we can grab from the sprite pointers here, and then we can transfer that into the X register. So it looks a little bit weird that we're doing it like this, but the reason I'm doing it like that is so that I can just do this. But maybe adding one is actually, yeah, that's adding one should be fine as well. There's no real that saved 2 cycles. So there we go. Right. So that gives us all the sprites we need to set on that row. So let's give that a little run and see what happens. It's quite a lot of code that we've done there now. So, oh, the C64 one. So this used to be my stream background for quite some time. Actually, I had my YouTube background, one of the two. It looks like an old bathroom. It's because I'm covering the thing, I guess. Okay, so I'm not seeing any sprites on there. So let's load this up in the debugger and see what's going on. It's your current wallpaper. Yeah, so I get a lot of these from wallpaper sites. Sometimes it's hard to get exactly the thing I need, so I kind of have to go and look elsewhere. But okay, so it's okay. It's kind of working, but you can see it's too far ahead. So we're one ahead, and we're also missing one sprite in the middle for some reason. This one here, which is probably to do. I don't know what it's to do with. We'll work that out in a minute. Let's get them displaying correctly. So at the moment, the Y positions, they're being pulled from sprite split index, load sprite split RY, comma Y. So it should be getting 27. Oops. Sprite scroll index, which is this thing here. Okay, maybe it's too slow. Let's just add another 2 to it and just see what happens. Beaten by a specky. Yeah, there you go. It's still not showing it at the right time. Let's. So this is row 27 is round about here, but you can see it's already onto the next row. It's like the splits are wrong for some reason, but you can see it's drawing the sprites. You can see the well, you can see there, you can see the pick and mit, and then X there. So it's definitely the sprite pointers are updating correctly. The positions are updating correctly, but they're updating like one ahead of where they should be for some weird reason. Let's get rid of that now. We don't need that border colors thing there. That's kind of unnecessary. Okay, so let's have a look at the split here. Oh, hang on. Are we? Oh no, we're still. So Y is always going to be our split index. So if we're at split index 0, then we come in here and our next split index will be at 1, and it sets the sprite line, the split line according to that. So why is these values here? Okay, let's put a breakpoint in and see what's going on, because something weird is happening here. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Technically, the dark side of the moon is also the heavy side of the moon. If the mass was evenly distributed throughout the whole of the moon, the fact that the moon is colder on one side should mean it's slightly heavier than the other side. Oh, Tora come back down. Yay. Does anyone know what that's from, though? Welcome to the Shallow Space TED Talk. That's right. I think I'm right in saying that. I think I'm right in saying that something that's warm will be ever so slightly less. Wait, am I thinking right? No, I'm thinking about density, aren't I? And density is not the same. It will be less dense, which is not the same thing. Something that's cold is more dense than the same thing which is heated up, because the molecules separate more. More energy, strictly speaking, more energy. Yeah. Yeah, it's dense. It's density, isn't it? Yeah, it's density, not weight. The mass remains the same, but the density would change. Yeah, so it's the dense side of the moon. Okay. I like physics. Physics is good. Physics is fun. Especially when shit happens like it has done this. How long does it take light from Earth to reach the moon? Well, it takes 8 minutes for it to come from the sun to the Earth. Mm. So I don't know with the moon. Oh, there you go, 2 seconds. This is why you use a hot cup of tea to power an improbability drive. Oh, excellent. Excellent reference there. Very, very pleased with that. Thank you, Andy. Bonus points for you. No AMK points, just bonus cool points for you for saying that. Okay, let's take a look at what values we get out of the other end here. So let's jump to here. So our split is kind of all the way down here, weirdly, but all right, let's just advance, see what happens. Okay, so this is our split at the top of the screen. We're at 1B now, which is our 2-7 split. Oh, for some reason it didn't stop at the next one. Let's do that again until we get to 1B. There we go, 1B. And the value we're storing is 5-7, which is not the right value. Which is not this value plus this value. It's this value plus this value. 55 plus what's this? 30. It's 85. 5, 7 plus 2. Yeah, it's taking this one for some reason. Okay, this is our problem here, right? So let's just have a quick look at that again. So let's cycle back through again till we get to this point and just step through and see what happens. So I'm waiting for our raster Y to hit 1B again. There we go, 1B. And then if we step through, we should be grabbing a Y of 0 here. But I bet we're not. I bet this is going to come back as 1. 0, 1. There we go. Why is it 0, 1? That's the reason this is a problem. That's the reason this is wrong. Okay, so let's think about this. We take our sprite split index. It's because that should be Y. There we go. There we go. I did some refactoring and forgot to include that bit. Imagine a Zoom meeting, but half of the staff is on the moon. Oh God, can you imagine? That would be awful, wouldn't it? That would be terrible. I'm not a big fan of Zoom meetings. Well, we don't use Zoom actually. We use Teams, which makes it more painful, if anything. G7000. I don't know what that is, but oh, you're just guessing. You're guessing computer systems now. Yeah. Zoom's. Yeah, I mean, you say Zoom. Yeah, everybody knows. To be honest, I still say Zoom when I talk about online meetings. People know what you mean when you say Zoom, but yeah, I don't like Teams though. It's I find it a bit painful to use at times. Also, the quality is terrible. Do you know what has the best quality actually out of all the programs I've used? The best quality, Discord. Discord has really good video quality. Okay, I'm still not seeing sprites though. I don't know why. Let's Hat Moon. Ooh. Oh, Skype is awful. Skype is really bad. Skype's lost its way completely. Okay, right. So still seeing issues here. Let's put a breakpoint back in again. It's taking a little bit longer than I'd anticipate, but it's fine. It's fine. It just means we get another stream of this. So. Spectrum has the best video quality. You know, I realized as well the other day. This has been a kind of ongoing thing for a long time, and you know, Commodore owners complain about Specky's bright colors, and Specky owners complain about the brownness of the Commodore. And I realized what it is with the Spectrum people is that, and probably one of the reasons the Spectrum did quite well as well is that at the time realistic graphics weren't really a thing, right? Realistic graphics were the thing of movies and stuff, and even then they really weren't that realistic. So I think the reason the Specky did well is because the colors were so bright. They were fun and bright. I mean, they were incredibly bright. And sure, the color clash was awful on it and stuff, but really the Spectrum palette is as awful as it is. It made the games feel fun and bright and just nice to look at, really. They were designed for kids. It was a system designed to get kids into computers, and it was the right sort of colors for that. So and I think it's that that kind of brightness as well that meant that when Spectrum people look at the Commodore and they see the very muted palette, a palette that was designed to kind of make more realistic kind of tones and images, um, that it felt brown and grey and washed out and terrible. Um, so I definitely see the point from both sides of the thing. I still think the Commodore is the best palette of all the 8-bit machines. Um, why is this not loading? What's going on? But yeah, I was thinking that's probably why that is because I think they deliberately designed a very garish palette, because it kind of, oh, there we go, Jupiter. It where's the eye? I've not got the eye of Jupiter on here. What the hell? Oh no, damn it! I need to crop it a little bit. What I like about the C64 palette is, even though it is kind of, yeah, muted, I I would agree that it is slightly washed out. Um, it's done like that so that you can kind of blend from one color to another very easily. And I think in terms of the best palettes for blending colors, the Commodore 64, there isn't anything like it. It's so good at kind of creating these color ramps between the various areas of, it's a palette with 16 colors in, and the number of kind of ramps that you can do between the various colors that look normal and look smooth is incredible. And that shows in some of the art as well that's done on it. um 16 colors: brown 1, brown 2, brown 3. I will give it to you, Speccoms, that there are definitely three colors you could consider to be brown. There's the red, there's the brown, and there's the orange, and they're all essentially shades of brown. But yeah, as Price 7 says, the palette was incredibly well thought out. Um, but yeah, if you did want a bright color, you were kind of screwed unless you used cyan or light green. We've also got square pixels as well, Speccoms. So don't give me that. We sacrificed square pixels to add an additional mode. We can do everything that the Spectrum can do, but with hardware sprites. Um, but we added an extra mode that allowed us to have the rectangle pixels, so we could actually have multiple colors in the same block. Something the Spectrum wishes it could do. Okay, why is this like? This should be loading up. I don't understand why it's not loading. Oh, because I'm loading from the wrong place. Anyway, let's not get into that. I appreciate the Spectrum, and I'm fairly sure one day I will go and make a game on that. I'm on a kind of mission now to make games for multiple systems, and I think the Spectrum is going to be on that list. Mainly because I don't want to make something for an Amstrad. Okay, so we're at this point. Let's jump through to hit that. No, ST won't happen. Sorry, ST and Amiga are not going to happen. I'm not interested in the Amiga. I'm not interested in the Spectrum, and I'll tell you why. It's because I want to do 68,000, but I want to do it on a system that has everything I want. The ST doesn't have everything I want. In fact, it's terrible at certain things. Uh, the Amiga is almost there, but it uses like bit planes in a weird way, and I can't be bothered with that as well. I want I want something that was designed for games primarily, and the Mega Drive is perfect for that. So um plus with the Amiga you have to deal with stuff like reading up on the, yeah. Actually the Blitter and Copper stuff I do kind of like, but I can do without it. So it was a toss up between the Mega Drive or the X68000. It was a toss up between those two, and the Mega Drive won because it's the system I played a lot. So um okay, so we're at position 1B, so let's just advance one line. Y is 0, so that's correct now. Accumulator is 1B, add that value, 39, add that. Okay, cool. So you can see it adding the sprites in at this point, right? You can see the sprites being moved. I mean, they're not showing in here at all, but problem is this raster line, before it gets to the next line, before it even gets to the sprite that's being drawn, it's already going on to the next line. So I feel like it's an issue with the raster positioning somehow. Because if I change this value, right? If I change the value in here, which is our shift index here. Actually, let's change that down to the height of a sprite. So let's do 1.5 and see if that fixes it. I think that might actually fix it. Just gonna have to do some experimenting to get this right. My brain is starting to kind of go into a wishy-washy. I've had too much to drink mode. Okay, becoming a bit of a lightweight. I've had half a bottle of wine and 2 cans of cider, and I'm feeling kind of pissed. Yeah, the Mega Drive does have bigger, and this is why I didn't go for the X68000, because for a start, I can't afford to buy an X68000 for £1,000, and for the sake of one thing would be a nightmare. Vic or a C16 for a game. I kind of fancy doing a +4 game at some point. Again, I don't know why. I just kind of think it's something that I might get on with. Okay, this seems to be working. So let's take the breakpoint out and see what happens. But I want to try and expand. The PC Engine was another one I considered. Yes, there's still something not right about this. It's cutting this off before. See here, this sprite is being drawn at the wrong time. The split is happening at a very weird time. Let's just get OSK set up and compile the thing for all of them at once. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing though. I don't want to do a 650. If I'm going to experiment, I don't want to do another 6502 game. Although I do want to do something similar to that for the Mega 65. So I do want to. So the library that I'm going to provide, or some of the libraries that I provide for the Mega 65, are going to have a dual compilation mode as well. So they'll be able to compile for the C64 and then output a similar thing for the Mega 65. And the reason I want to do that is because I want people who are writing C64 games to be thinking about Mega 65 output as well. So okay, so you can see here, but you see it's changing too quickly. This is the problem. It's changing way too quickly. It's going on to the next row immediately. And the problem is that that's changing the pointers, but the Y positions don't change. So let's think about this, right? As the raster comes down, when the raster's here, needs to draw these sprites. I think we might need to move these rasters. I think that's the only way we're going to do this, is we need to move these rasters at the same time. Okay, so let's have a look at that then. Let's think about this. It's not going to quite work the way I thought it was going to. I thought it was going to work with static splits, but I don't think it is going to. But that's fine. That's fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our scroll index and we're going to add it to our split Y to get our actual split position that we're going to draw at. So that's pretty easy. We've already got the routine to generate the value here. All we need to do is add our sprite shift index here. Again, we don't need to worry about the carry flag, because actually maybe we do, because it could be set at this point. Okay, There's a branch, there's a compare here, so it could be set there. So we do need to clear it there. Okay, I think that should solve our issues. Oops. It's definitely 68,000 for the next. Oh wait, let's see if that's not working now. Definitely 68,000 for the next machine, and then I don't know about after that. Is Pluto there? He won't tell us, I'm sure. I'm not going to say a word. I'm not going to say anything. You guys need to be. You guys need to figure it out. Okay, so this split is still not working because it's still a bit glitchy. Let's just run this in the debugger and see what's going on. Oh my god, every time I've done this tonight, I've run it from the wrong file. Okay, so now our split is here still. See, it's there. Our split is right on this point. So it's still not right because that should be this here. Add the sprite in there. So take the split and add the sprite shift index. A sprite shift index. Oh, not shift index, scroll index. That's what I need. God damn it. Shift index is just for the pointers. Sprite, I'm going to call it sprite pointer shift index, or else it's going to, or just sprite pointer shift. Otherwise, it's going to end up getting really, really confusing. Right, okay. Hopefully that's better now. Yeah, there we go. And you can see now that the sprites are not jittering. They're correct throughout. So we just need to get this row column of sprites in. I don't know why that's not working. Let's put that in the debugger and figure out why that's not working. My guess is that there's something in the hierarchy which is turning it off before we get to the main routine. But we can fix that just by turning it on all the time. So if we take a look at our sprites here, we can see. Let's just put a break on there. Enabled, yes, yes, yes. X position, Y position. Y positions are the same. X positions are the same. But for some reason, we're not seeing that sprite here. For some reason, we're seeing this one here, but we're not seeing this one. Oh, I know why. D010 is probably yes. There we go. D010. So if I set that to 00, there we go. Okay, so it's just an oversight when we're setting up the sprites, we didn't clear the MSBs for the sprites from the last screen. So the last screen obviously had that sprite set somewhere else. So we just need to make sure that that is set up in here as well. Just do it here. Right. So once we've got this working, the next job is to animate the sprites. Craggy Island. Was that a yeah? What was I going to say? Yeah, the next job now is to get these sprites moving up the screen and repeating. So the first job is just going to get them moving and snapping back again after 21 pixels movement. So we can do that here pretty easily. Let's keep this all together. Let's do advanced credit roll. Okay, so here we need to basically we're going to take this value and we're going to decrease it until it hits 0, and then we're going to reset it. Oops. So we can do that actually with, let's do it with the X register. Like that. And then we just need to make sure it resets. So at the moment we're setting it to 15, but I think it probably needs to be set to 15 plus 7, 1C, I think. Let's try that out. Let's see what that looks like. So what we should be seeing now is the text scroll up to a certain point and then snap back to where it was before. If this looks like it's working, what I will do is I will fill certain amount of the sprites with a square, just like a completely filled in sprite, so we can actually see if it looks smooth down one side, which we probably need to do anyway because I don't think there's any data in the last half of the sprite set, so we've seen blank lines at the bottom. This has taken way longer than I'd anticipated, but whatever. Seems to be the theme at the moment. I hope everyone's having fun anyway. Okay, so it's moving, but it's moving very, very quickly. So we need to slow that right down. So are we still doing the timer here? Probably not. So we'll do our own timer in this routine rather than just call it sprite timer. And what we'll do is we'll just increment this at the beginning of every single IRQ thing here. So do it here. And then that means down here when we do this, we can skip advance. Let's do it with 7 for now. It's probably still going to be a bit slow, that, but we'll see. We'll see. All right. Okay, that looks speed-wise. That's probably all right. Actually, it looks quite smooth. I was shocked by that. All right, let's fill one. So we're going to fill one column in with just temporary kind of data, just so that we can make sure that it's smooth the way it moves through. This is going to be a little bit tricky to do, so I'm actually just going to do an unrolled loop here because it's only temporary. Got plenty of room for it. So so what I'm going to do is when we set up the sprites here, I'm just going to create some temporary code here. So I'm just going to wrap it in this just so I know that it's temporary and I know to remove it. And all this is going to do is it's going to take the value FF and then it's going to loop through just do it backwards to make it a little bit more efficient. Doesn't matter really that much, but so this needs to be every 6 sprites. So this is going to be plus I times 6 times 64. And you'll see why I'm doing that in a minute. That's because what I'm going to do is I'm going to repeat this. Oops, it needs to be a dot 4. And this is just going to repeat this little loop 6 times. Actually, it needs to be more than 6 times. It needs to be 10 times. And fill every 6th sprite in with full data. This is just so that we can see that the animation is smooth on that scroll up. we can start adjusting any timings that we need to get that right before we go ahead and start adding the actual text values in. Okay, well, it hasn't filled them in. It's only filled one in. And the reason it's doing that is because I haven't done comma X here. I like how many computers you can. I didn't put that many in, blimey. And sure enough, we can see that that is that smooth or is it not? Let's just slow it right down. So we're looking at the squares on this side to see if they glitch when they get to a certain point. And now I'm getting distracted by all of these sprites here. Yeah, let me. No, there's a pause, isn't there? There is a pause. There is a pause, which means that one of the positions is happening twice. I think it's going to be this one. Yes, that makes sense actually, because 1C, yeah, that makes perfect sense. All right. There is a pause, yeah. And the reason is because it was going from 0 to 1C. 1C is 28, and that means there are 29 positions here. But what we actually wanted was a row of 7 in text, a blank of 7, a row in 7 of text, and then a blank of 7, which is 28. So it was doing one more position than it needed to. So I just need to go because I'm using 0 indexing and not from 1. So that should solve it, I think. Oh, now it's on super slow. There you go, perfect. You can see how smooth that is now on that one side. So obviously what we're seeing is we're seeing the same set of pointers. The same set of pointers just kind of repeat basically. So it moves up and then it repeats. So the easiest way to do that is we've already coded this in. We put this where is it? Sprite pointer shift here. And that means whenever we do the reset, I'm going to leave that in for now. That needs to be removed, that temporary code, but for now we can leave that in. Whenever we do the reset, which is here, and this value happens, we also need to increment this value. Now, we don't actually need to do anything else with that because what happens here is it adds it and then it ANDs it with 7. So the fact that this value goes beyond 7 doesn't matter because it gets ANDed with 7 at the end anyway. But I'm hoping what should happen here now is that things should cycle through the screen properly. Yeah, there you go. And there we go. So now we have sprites cycling through the screen. So the next task then is to basically draw the next row of text that needs to appear, the next row of sprites. So whenever this row resets to 0 here, there will be a set of sprites which is just off the screen down here. Those sprites need to be drawn with the new row of text in it. So we need to write a text blitting routine, which is a lot easier than it sounds. It's a lot less complicated than it really sounds. So we basically need to draw two rows of text here. So we're going to be drawing 18 characters on each row. So it's 36 characters, 7 pixels in each. Now, it is going to take quite a while to do, but what we can do is we can start doing it when we're down here, and that gives us an entire frame to do before it's actually displayed. So what we'll do is we'll do this on the very last frame. So when we get down to here, we have this value here where it says get the next line to split out, and we've got this here. At this point here, we can do fetch next sprite data. And we'll put this here. And fetch next sprite data will only fetch the next data if this value is at 0, if this scroll index is at 0. So we can actually put that check in here as well. Well, let's git fetch. Cool. So now whenever the sprite pointer is at 0 here, the scroll index is at 0, it will jump to this routine, which will then fetch the next sprite data. And this is where it gets a bit fun. So in order to fetch the next sprite data, we need to know which position we're at based on these sprite pointers. So we need to, first of all, create a... Oh, I'm gutted that you found that through the shillings and not just by looking for it. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go for a quick break. I'm going to leave that on full screen for you. Not full screen, but without my head on it. I'm going to take 5 minutes. The race is coming up anyway. I will be back in 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. I am back. Right. Set some wine in it. Oh, coronavirus is gone now. What are we on? It's Blue Midget. Oh, no, stop. Oh, I did stop the break. Okay. Okay. So this bit is actually a lot easier than it seems, right? The first thing we need to do is we need to know which sprite we're drawing into. Now we can get that quite easily because we know where we are in terms of the sprite pointers, because we have this list here and we have our sprite pointer shift. So basically what I need to do is I need to take a sprite pointer shift and it with 7, and that will give me the sprite pointer that I'm at. So let's go on capitals. Awesome. Now the thing is, that's going to be the sprite pointer for the very top. So that's going to be the sprite pointer for the top row. So we need to subtract 1 from this before we and it. That'll give us the bottom row. So now we have the bottom row. We transfer it into the X. And we can load the accumulator with sprite pointers, comma X. So now the accumulator contains the sprite pointer, but the sprite pointer alone is not enough. What we need to do is we need to create a 0-page lookup for this. So we're just going to stick sprite text pointer. And what we're going to do is we're going to store that value into that location. And then at the same time, we're going to take the value 0 and we're going to store that at sprite pointer text pointer +1. So now we have a 16-bit value that contains our sprite pointer. Thank you very much, Angelus Darkness, for the follow, and Rainbow Unicorn 911 and Andrew N60. I missed all these. Why am I missing all of these? I'm getting into too much of a zone, I think. But yeah, thank you very much for the follow. Cheers. Blue Midget, I'm so pleased that that's there now. Did I have wine then? I think I had wine, but I'm going to have more. Okay, so now we have the sprite pointer in our 16-bit kind of 0-page kind of register. Thank you very much, Gareth, for the bits. Very much appreciated. Always nice to receive the bits. All goes towards the wine and goes towards the little prizes as well. So rest assured, you're not just paying for me to get drunk. You're paying for people to win the Mega 65 dev kit, kind of poor man's Mega 65 dev kit, basically. We need a fixed race, i.e. option to pay a horse to win or lose. Oh, do you know what? You just give me a really good idea for another little chat game. Yeah, you give me. God damn it! Like we don't have enough. We don't have enough spam. Yeah, I'm gonna make. I'm gonna make another little. I've got an idea. I just need to. I need. There's a little bit of a logistical thing I need to figure out, but I've got an idea for. This is kind of like a gamble feature. Yeah, I need to think how it's going to work. But yeah, spam. I mean, we're already spamming the hell out of the chat, aren't we? This would be over. This would be mostly over private message though, so not quite the same. Um, I would probably actually I'd probably replace it with the raffle. So it would be a fun way. So I'll tell you what my idea is. Right, I might as well. So you know when we do the raffle and you all join, right? It would be something like that where you all join this particular kind of raffle, but it selects two winners, right? And two winners can win, say, 20,000 bits. But the way it will work, 20,000 shillings. But the way it will work is when it announces, it will say, "Okay, these two people are into the last two to win this 20,000." And then it basically becomes split or steal, basically. So you private message Shimmerbot with where if you're in the top two. So say Akmifin and Steps get selected, right? 20,000 is up for grabs, split or steal, and you have to private message to Shimmerbot whether you want to split the money or steal it. If you both split it, you get 10,000 each. If one of you steals and one of you splits, whoever steals gets the 20,000. If you both steal, neither of you get nothing. Neither of you get anything. Um, you must have seen split or steal before now. Yeah, golden balls. That's it. Yeah, same sort of thing. It's used. It's a kind of game mechanic that's used in quite a lot of things. But yeah, golden balls. It was yeah. Well, I kind of like that. I like that approach because it would be good because it wouldn't spam the chat too much. It would just be like a normal raffle because you would have to private message Shimmerbot to do the split or steal. Um, but it would be kind of funny to see like there'll be like a 30-second countdown or something after which it will reveal what you both did. um, I like that. I like that. I'm gonna work on that. Let's split every but you see you can make that deal with somebody and if you know that they're going to split you can just steal and then you get the 20,000. So you can shaft somebody who's made an agreement with you as well. That's the beauty of it. So yeah, that might have to happen. I kind of like the idea of that. I mean, it's it's more shit in the thing, but I'll try and limit it somehow. Maybe make it as a replacement for the raffle. Okay. Okay. So now we've got our text pointer. So what we need to do now is we need to times this by 64 to get our address, right? So the easy way to do this is probably to start with this value, set to 0 first up here. So we know that value is 0. To do this stuff here, but instead of storing this straight away in this pointer, what we can do is we can do our shift in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to shift this to the left, and then we're going to roll this value to the left as well. So that's times 2, times 4, times 8, 16, 32, 64. So now our value in and then we can store the accumulator in there. So now our value in this text pointer in this thing is our address in this fic bank. So the final thing we need to do is we need to load the value that's in here and add C0 to it. Thank you, Fata, for the follow. Very much appreciated. So actually, I think probably the way to do this is the other way around. So instead of doing it this way around, what we'll do is we'll do this, store this one here, and then we'll do it like this. So it just takes one less cycle to do then. So basically we ASL that and then roll the value that we've got in the accumulator instead. And we do that. So that's times 2, times 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. And the reason why this is good is because now the upper byte is to be stored in here. But before we store that, we know that the carry flag will be clear because this will never have actually moved a 0 in 6 shifts into the upper area. So we can just add our C0 to it. Why do I keep hitting that caps lock? It's so annoying. So I want the caps lock to be I want the force needed to turn the caps lock on a new keyboard to be quite hard. So what's that holiday planet called? Riser, yeah. I can't remember the spelling of it, but it is Riser, yeah. The fact that I don't know the spelling should give you an idea of whether or not it's there. But yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so now we have the actual address of the sprite pointer in this location here. So what I'm going to do for now is I'm just going to start by clearing those values as they appear. So I'm going to get rid of our original loop, which was this one. Just going to comment it out actually, just in case we need to test it again. And instead, what I'm going to do now is down here, I'm just going to set some values in this. So we have got 6 sprites in a row, which means we're using 384 bytes for the sprites here, which unfortunately means we can't really use indexing as such here, except we can split it into 2. So we can do the first row and then the second row. So if we deal it with it that way, what we can do is we can have let's do the data here. So we can have sprite char offsets. So this is going to be the offsets into the char data itself. Now that means if you look at a row of sprites together, god damn it, my nose is so itchy. I need to shave all this. It's getting up my nose and everything. The Vogons haven't moved to the Villa Superhighway, yeah. Given a row of sprites, if we were to put a character in each one of the columns of eight pixels in each sprite, the first one will start at 0, the next one will start at 1, the next one will start at 2, because it's the first sprite. Miss Follows, thank you very much. Snitzel, thank you for the follow. Mfata, I think I said thank you to Mfata. Thank you, Snitzel, for the follow, though. And thank you, Andy, for reminding me. I am missing them for some reason. I think maybe I need to change my alert. I think I'm starting to become. I think it's starting to kind of, whatever the word is, it's just blending in. I'm not hearing it anymore. So the first sprite, the first row of pixels, the first 8 pixels is at position 0, offset 0 in that sprite. The next one is 1, and the next one is 2. So that's fine. This is our char offsets here. But then the next sprite along. Oh, actually, this isn't going to work, is it? Because our char offsets are going to go right up to sprite. Once you get to sprite 5, sorry, you're on a new pointer. Okay, so this is not going to work. Okay, so in that case, we will do this one sprite at a time. So in that case, the way we're going to do this is 6 characters at a time. So we'll do the 3 characters on the top row, the 3 characters on the bottom row. So the bottom row is going to be at 42, 43, and 44, because that is 14, which is how many rows down it is. Well, it's actually 15 rows down, but it's row 14 in terms of the index, times 3. So this is going to give us the values we need to put in there. Okay. Okay, so in that case, we're going to take the... Oh my god, caps lock again. So for now, we're just going to put FF in it, and we're going to store that at Sprite. Oh, Jesus. Tell I've been drinking. And then, in fact, let's do... Well, no, let's go forwards, because we're going to have to read the text in a particular way. Okay, so all this is going to do, this is just going to add one row of bytes to that particular sprite. So it's just going to be a straight line across that now. That's probably not going to look like very much, but we should see a straight line appear across the sprites as they appear along the bottom. Yep. That's what I'm hoping anyway. So as the sprites appear at the bottom, yeah, so we're definitely seeing lines. Okay, now they're appearing a little bit too late. You see they're appearing a little bit too late, but we're definitely getting the line of pixels across now. Okay, so let's work out why they're appearing too late. Let's just see that again. Let's slow it down ever so slightly and see where they're actually appearing. Yeah, so they appeared like after it had already moved up here. So let's think about this. If the sprites, so we've got 8 rows of 6. So, oh, it's not 0, it's at 1E, isn't it? Okay. So we were actually doing the check here, and it should be 1B that we're checking here. So let's make this a constant so we can change this. Night, guys. Thanks for joining. Fence painting tomorrow. Wow. Enjoy. I would not want to be painting fences on a Sunday, but that's probably because I do this on a Saturday. You see, now they're appearing off the bottom of the screen, so that's perfect. Okay. Okay, so the next job is to work out what we need to be drawing in there. So this is where the this is where another address is going to come in handy. Now this is going to be an address that grabs the next font that we need to grab. Now we've got plenty of time to be doing this. We should probably put a little border check around it, but I think we're probably going to be all right. I mean, it would have to be a hell of a lot for us to not have time to do this. So the moment this is just grabbing, this is fill a single row of a sprite. Oh, let's put fill a single sprite. That's probably... So the moment this is doing 2 rows, it's doing row 1 and row 2, and that is going to come from our text. and then we need to advance this and do this for every sprite. But let's just do one sprite for now. Let's create some text in here. Now the scroller text needs to be 6 sprites wide, so 18. So let's for now let's just put let's do that, and then let's do like that. Right, okay. So this is our, again, wherever it is. Too drunk. Our shift index, our pointer shift. So our sprite pointer shift also happens to be the same value as our sprite text row. The reason for that is because we didn't and this with 7. We just kept incrementing this. That meant whenever this increments, it's going to grab the next row from here. So every time this increments, it could be this value. Now it needs to be doubled because these values, they're going to be, what was this, 1836. So it needs to be doubled a little bit. So it needs to be some trickery around this as well, I guess. So actually, in fact, the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to have a text pointer here instead. I think that's probably going to be the safest way to do this. So instead of using that value, my God, I'm scrolling too fast now because I'm drunk. Instead of using that value, what we're going to have is scroll text pointer, which at the beginning is going to be pointing to scroll the text. And we need to make sure that that is reset at the beginning of this. So let's go and do that in, let's do it in here. Why not? Doesn't make any difference if we do it here. So this is a bit of Humper as well. No, I don't think Humper for a while, actually. So this is going to make sure that the scroller text is reset, just in case you complete it twice in one game. I mean, it's unlikely that you're going to complete the game and then go and play it again, but just in case you are, we should probably set this up right. Otherwise, it's going to do some weird stuff. Where you can learn linear algebra for data science. I mean, there's lots of places. It's a tricky one though, for specifically for data science though. Not sure. Maybe somebody in the chat can help with some good sites. I mean, I would probably focus on just learning linear algebra and then rather than trying to specialize in data science, because linear algebra as a topic is quite interconnected. So it would probably make a lot of sense to learn the whole of linear algebra as a whole, because you may find that if you just try and learn something very specific, you don't quite understand it. You kind of need to understand it a little bit more, I think. Thanks, Skunk Monkey, for for joining the stream. Hope you sleep well. Yeah, we'll be doing another hour and 40 minutes or so, and then we'll be sleeping as well. But yeah, it's a tricky one. Yes, Charmaine. I think Grey Defender is kind of right. College is probably the best place to learn it. Failing that, just pick up some books. There's probably plenty of PDFs online that you can pick up. It's not the easiest topic to just kind of read and learn. You kind of need to. I think college is right. I think you kind of need practical example. YouTube might help as well, I guess. But if you want to learn everything, um, and you really should learn everything, I don't think you can really say, "Oh, I just want to learn a very small subset of linear algebra." I think you need to learn everything really for it to be useful. Oh, Udemy, yes, yes. Udemy is probably a good place to learn. I think it costs you a little bit, but it's way cheaper than going to college. That's for sure. And I think they have some stuff for free as well, but there is I mean, most of the stuff you'll have to pay for, but way cheaper than college anyway. Yeah, there you go. As he says, $10. It's nothing really. Yeah, Udemy's a good shout actually. Udemy's a good shout, but I would definitely look at learning the whole thing. Don't if you focus on one thing, you're going to end up in a situation where something will crop up and you don't understand it. So you're better off just kind of learning at least to a kind of a basic level as much as you can, rather than trying to focus it on one side of things, because then you'll be a problem solver rather than somebody who just knows a few algorithms and can apply some linear algebra to something. You'll be able to solve a problem by applying things that may not necessarily be directly applicable, generally applicable. You may be able to go, oh well, actually, this we can use this side of things. So problem solver rather than a problem causer. Yeah. Um, but yeah, definitely, linear algebra is really useful as well. Probably the most useful thing you will do in maths for coding, at least anyway. Okay, right. So we've got our scroller text. We've got we're filling in this single sprite here now. So now what we need to do is we need to work out the font fetch pointer. So in order to do that, when we get to this point here, we need to figure out what our character is. At the moment, we're just grabbing this value. This is just the value that we're deciding to fill, but this value needs to come from our font fetch pointer. And to do that, we need to grab the font value, basically. So the first thing we need to do before we get into this is we actually need to grab our scroller text value here. Now, that scroller text value needs to update at the same time as, where is it? This thing here. No, not this. Yeah, as this. Sorry, this pointer shift here. It needs to update at the same time as this. So I'm going to put to do update scroll, whatever it's called, sprite char offset. Sorry, no, font fetch pointer, whatever that thing is. I just, yeah, font fetch pointer. Did I call it something different? Got sidetracked and forgot what I was doing now. So sprites, scroll text pointer. There we go. That needs to update at the same time as this thing here. But then when we get into here, what we need to do is we need to grab uh, I mean, this could probably be just kept in here. Probably don't need to do it all in here, but I'm going to keep it separate for now. If we do have timing problems, we can change it. But what this is doing now is it's giving us an address to kind of. Actually, no, it's not font. That's because it's wrong. That's why. Because it's this one, which is different. Okay, so this is where we grab the text from, which is here. Okay, so we know where we are in terms of sprite char offsets, but now we need to know where we are in terms of let's move the sprite char offsets down here as well, so everything's nice and neat. So this gives us our byte offset into the chars, but now into the sprite. But now we need an offset into this block of text here. So this is our text offsets, and these are going to be 0, 1, and 2, same as this one because it's 0, 1, and 2 here. Obviously, we'll add our sprite value, onto this as well to advance it. But for now, it's 0, 1, and 2. And then this one will actually be 18, 19, and 20, which will give us this row of characters here. So we will load y with our text offsets, x. So we're never going to touch x. We're going to leave x alone. Oh, somebody picked Doom. When was that one? Was that a while ago? I don't see it in the list. Okay, so that gives us the y into here. That means we can then go load accumulator with scroll the text, comma y. Okay, now we have a value in the accumulator which points to a certain character in the character set. So now we can jump to the next thing, which is we're going to run another routine, which is fetch font address, which I'm going to do here. The reason I'm just doing it separately here for now is just because I don't want to clutter this for now. But basically, it's going to do the same thing as this. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the value in the accumulator, and we're going to store that, which is already in the accumulator, and we're going to store that at font fetch pointer 0. Then we're going to load the accumulator with 0, and then we're going to do our shifting. So now we shift by 8 because we don't need to shift by 64 because we're doing characters now, not sprites. So we start by first of all shifting this value here. So this is times 2, and then we roll the accumulator. So that's times 2, times 4, times 8. So now we have this value times 8, and we can store the accumulator at here. But now what we actually want to do is we want to add the font address in here. And the font address is, let me just put an RTS in there. I think the font address is F00. So what we would do is add F0 into here. Now we actually have the font lookup for that particular font. And that's all we need to do. So then at this point here, we can then say, okay, now we've got the font lookup for this particular font. What we now need to do is we need to take our Y value, set it to our position within the sprite, and then we need to do some funky stuff here. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw 7 rows of bytes here. So now we can probably have font fetch counter actually. So we're going to load the accumulator with 7, and we're going to store that at font fetch counter. Now, the reason we're doing that is because we've only got 2 registers. We need to leave X as it is, and we need to leave Y as it is. So we're just going to store it in here, and then this is going to be our inner loop here. And then our inner loop is basically going to keep going, and it's going to keep decreasing font fetch counter and until it hits 0. When it hits 0, it will stop. But in the meantime, it's going to do 7 rows. And those 7 rows are basically going to be fetch the value that's at font fetch pointer, which we calculated here, comma y. Actually, God, this is going to get tricky, isn't it? So font fetch temp. Hang on, let me think about this. Okay, I'm going to store y here instead. And instead we're going to load y with 0 here. So we're going to go that way around. Now that means we can fetch from the font here. But now we need to store that y somewhere. grab this value. So let's, don't like how this is working, but we can optimize this later. It might not even need optimizing. It might be all right. Now, the problem is here is before we move on to the next row, we need to add 3 to y. So for now, I'm just going to do it with increase y. So this is drawing a single character. And then it moves on to the next. Okay, let's see what happens when we run this. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen here, but let's have a look. What I'm interested in here is not whether or not it, okay, so it's done something completely freaking wrong anyway. So if we were just to get rid of this entire loop and do this instead. Definitely needs tidying up this. Okay, so it's definitely drawing our single lines. So we know that works, but for some reason this is not working. So inner loop is let's work this out in terms of kind of pseudo code first. Okay, so we need to load. We've already grabbed the font address, so we need to load font fetch. Font fetch row, yeah. And put these in so it stands out. Okay, so we load font fetch row. Store fetched data in Sprite. Yeah. And then repeat. I mean, this. I don't even know why I did that. It was unnecessary. So why is this not working? Okay, so if we were to maybe just try something here. So if we let's do another temporary thing here. So I'm going to store the char offset here. Actually, load why we can avoid. Oh no. We need to sprite char offsets is this thing here. Oh no, because we kind of need that. Okay. Oh no, we can actually. We can. Oh no, because we need to add to it. Okay, we need to add to it. Not doing so well on the backgrounds now. So we're going to store that Y there. Then we're just going to grab. God. Okay, so now we should still be printing something, but it's going to be just a single row. Again, this is just temporary. Okay. Okay, so it is doing something, and we can see it is actually changing. I mean, it's not quite right, but I think the reason it's not quite right is because actually the values it's getting are not right. Now, we do have a routine for this already. God knows where it is, though. Text, there we go. Is it that one? Let's try that one. I think that might be it. And all that means is this is just a macro that's going to convert these things here. Um, into ready kind of adjusted lines of text. We don't have to do any additional runtime addition or anything. Okay, so now we actually have something, and we can see that the pattern is repeating. I'm not sure if this is correct, but it's repeating. That's a good thing. So 0, 1, 2, A, B, C, 0. So it's like 0, 1, 2 at the top. Yeah, it is. And then A, B, C. I don't know why that would be different on the second row, but whatever. We've got a single row displaying now. So actually, I'm wondering if this would be better off. Would this be better off unrolled? No, it wouldn't, would it? Okay. Okay, so this is what I'm doing here. This is exactly the same as what I'm doing here. But I'm not storing the Y, which I am doing here. Then I'm loading the Y font temp and storing it here, increasing, store that back in font temp, load that. Okay, I see the problem. I see the problem. So let's just cancel that out. Let's put this one back in. And the problem is I'm not jumping to inner loop, I'm jumping to the outer loop. So I was right all along. It's just I was using there we go. Shiraz has mentioned it. And I think he mentioned that before I did it. I think so. I'll give him 5 points for that. As soon as I gave Andy 5 points last time for the similar sort of thing. So cool. But yeah, thank you. It's good to know that you guys when we do work things out at similar times, it's good to know that we're on the same kind of wavelength. That's kind of good. Oh, a bit of ABBA. Hey, there we go. Now, I don't know why the AB is drawing there, but we can see that the text is appearing, but the AB is appearing in a weird place. So let's just take a quick look. Maybe I've got this wrong. Hang on, let's think about this. Right. If I put two A's in here, what will I get? I'm assuming I will just get AA, but it was still shifted. That's what I'm expecting to see. It works, yeah. Yeah, AA. So okay, so it's shifted across, which means we're probably just reading these offsets wrong. 10, 18, but this should be text offset 17. So let me try putting 17, 18, 19. This should not work though. This should be wrong. I would expect this to show 9A or something like that, or 8A. Definitely not what I want it to be. Yeah, 8. Oh, but look, it's over here. It's a carry flag thing, because see how it's here and not here? So there's a carry flag clear somewhere that needs to be added between something to do with text offsets. So fetch font address. Could it be in here? No, because that's fetching the font. The font is fetching fine. The problem is that maybe it's this thing here. Or maybe it's, no, this should shift, this should shift. Okay, I don't think it's that, but the carry flag is set at this point. But that shouldn't affect this. This should happen without setting the carry flag. I'm going to put a carrot clear in here. I don't think it's there, but why is that not running? Okay, try again. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. That's why. Oh, my ear's really itchy. Too much hair growing out of me. It's a frustrating thing. Goddamn, getting older. Yeah, it's shifting it over. Okay, think logically about this. So the fact that I changed the value, so that has made no difference. The fact that I changed this value here, and it grabbed this value, but didn't offset it in the char correctly, in the sprite correctly, which is this value here, this y, makes me think that this value is wrong. But that should be coming from here. In fact, that should kind of be down here, right? Because that belongs to this setup here. I mean, if I do that, what's going to happen? If I just change the offset into sprite, I mean, it shouldn't work. This should display in a weird place. It's probably going to display in what looks like the right place. No, it hasn't. See, it's in the same place. Think about this. 14 rows of 3 is 42. So it's definitely 42. Text offset 18 characters, definitely correct. So why is that second row offset by 1? Why is this second row offset by 1? Oh, wait, chart offsets. And that's these ones. No, that should be right. Text pointer. Imply this. I'm going to clear the carry flag here. It's the only thing I can think of. I mean, it shouldn't matter. Really shouldn't matter. Wait. Did somebody else do a BG? Because monolith should be there. Pretty sure that should be there. I love this song. No, it's still wrong there. Okay. Monolith is not there. Yeah, it's weird. It should be. Let me just check something quickly. Oh, God, no, don't look. Shit. I just showed you loads of backgrounds. Oh, no, it's there. It should be there. Interesting. Unless somebody else, maybe somebody else PM'd it be first. I just realized I'm not running my log server as well. Jesus. All the backgrounds you've requested tonight have not been logged. Oh, well. Okay. Why is it 1 over? Why is that particular point, right? So it's the third one. So at this point, X has become 1, has become 3. Is X for some reason going higher than it needs to be? No, because none of this is affecting X. Just on that row, though, that's the odd thing. what happens if I do, what happens if I do 15, 16, 17? What does that actually display? And is 18 correct? Is 18 the number? Yeah, 18 is definitely the number of characters. Carry on row. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but it doesn't. I tried that and it didn't seem to be doing anything. But it does. It's weird because as soon as it's this. It's this. It's got to terminate in 0. It's got to terminate in 0. So when it reaches the end of the line, it puts a 0 in there. Okay, that makes more sense now. Cool. All right. I wonder how many of those backgrounds. Wait a minute. Was that in the list? Damn, it fucking was as well. So who guessed that one? SP. Did you guess that? Guess that, or did you see it in the list of images that I accidentally showed you all? Guess. Okay, good. It happened to be the last one in the list as well. Oh well, it's not that much in there from H. Oh, it is quite a bit actually. Hey, there we go. Cool. All right. So the next thing to do is to extend that across the other sprites as well. So in order to do that, what we need to do is whenever we've done one sprite, which is what this is doing here, this is just doing a single sprite to here. So I'm going to indent that all actually, so we know. We need to repeat this 6 times. This is where I will use this fetch counter. Except I'm going to call it sprite counter. It doesn't really matter because I'm not using it anywhere else. I'm going to put 6 in it. I'm going to store that at sprite counter. And this is our sprite loop, we'll call it. And at the very end here, we're going to decrease sprite counter branch if not equal back to sprite loop. This looks like an awful lot like ASM. It is ASM indeed, yes. Welcome Worldwake to the stream. Hope you're doing all right. You didn't know ASM programmers existed? Oh well, you're in the right place. This entire channel is full of them. Particularly 6502 tonight. Okay, so what else do we need to do here? So the font fetch will stay the same. The text fetch, does the text fetch need to update? I think it probably does, doesn't it? Text fetch pointer, not quite actually. Actually, where are we actually grabbing that? Oh, here. So the moment it's just grabbing text from directly from scroller text. It should be grabbing this from text fetch pointer here. So we need to increase text fetch pointer by 3. And we need to increase, so let's do just for increase text pointer plus 3. And we also need to increment our sprite text pointer. So that's this thing here, plus 64 to go on to the next sprite. Okay, so this should be pretty easy. I'm just going to clear the carry bit here. I'm going to load text fetch pointer plus 0, add 3, store that at text fetch pointer plus 0. I'm going to use this to kind of try and speed this kind of bit up a little bit. we'll do the same on here as well. So that's that one. And we need to do the same with this one, but plus 64. Okay, that should give us a full row now. So let's give that a try. Why not write C? Yeah, 1 megahertz. A C compiler is far too inefficient for this. Okay, so we're getting a bit of a glitch. So there is obviously some kind of timing issue going on here. So let's start by looking at just kind of where that glitch may be. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to put into completion. We're going to put a border change around it. It could just be that we need to optimize some of this routine, and that's absolutely understandable. This is not an efficient routine at all. Um, so not like, okay. Sorry, we're trying to keep up with the catches, chat as well. So let's have a look. How far is this? Oh, it's flashing a long way, but it still shouldn't cause a flash on the screen. These sprites should not be flashing. No. So the problem here, this is happening as part of the IRQ. So actually, we need to remove that, and instead we need to change that to happen um, in the normal loop instead. So that's why we're seeing the flash, because it's holding up everything else when it does it. So if that makes sense, you see here, whenever it reaches this, basically the whole frame is kind of to put on hold while it does this. Instead, what we need to do is we need to do that update manually when a flag is set. So instead, what we'll do is we'll create a flag. Let's put it up here. Let's call it update scroll text flag. Set the byte to 0 here. We do need to make sure that is reset to 0 as well in here. So we'll do that here. And now what we can do is instead of just sitting here repeating this in the IRQ, we can do that routine, which is this fetch next sprite data when that flag is set. So we need to figure out where we are in the loop at the moment. I think it's probably just in the start file. Let's take a quick look. Completion start. Okay, and then we're going to break at the end. So we're definitely not coming out of here. So jump to routine update RTS. Jump loop. So it looks like we're just repeating this over and over again. We do still have this weird branch down here, which I'm going to get rid of. I don't think we need that anymore. So I'm just going to get rid of that. Just make sure that still works. And if that's still the scroller is not going to work properly, but I just want to make sure that the code itself runs properly, that the splits don't screw up or anything. They shouldn't do. I don't think we're hitting that thing at all. Oh no, all right, we do need that. Okay, that's slightly annoying. Why do we need that? Okay, so we need that to apparently not a lot. Okay, this isn't doing anything. Why would that be? Let's just try that without the fetch in there. Oh, it's still doing the fetch in the background. Okay. So close to having this done. Where's the IRQ? The IRQ is here. We're still fitting. Okay, so oh Jesus, how many times is that going to happen? Okay. So then this would be in the update. So in our update up here, wherever the hell it was, in here, that we'd have this somewhere. I don't know exactly where that's going to be. I'm just going to comment it out for now. What I'm trying to do is get rid of these two timing blocks here. I don't know why they are there. They really shouldn't be there, and all they seem to be doing is changing the color of the background to black in both cases, which makes no sense. Okay, that looks good. So then let's have a look at what is the update actually doing. So if we get rid of these, what do? We do this, and then it repeats, which is just the map update. Okay, this isn't too bad. In that case, what we'll do is we'll wait for this one. We'll get rid of that one. We'll keep waiting for this one, I think. Actually, no. Let's wait for this one. No, actually, let's just have a quick think about this. 135. Okay, so our scroll positions are up to 1B on top of 223. So 223 is our split. It can also have 1B on top of it. So 223 is just one less than E0. So this would be FB. So if I keep the second split in, this one, change it to FF. We don't need any of that. And here we can just do, okay, load accumulator with our update scroll text flag. If it's equal to 0, we're just going to skip over this next bit. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to decrease update scroll text flag and jump to here. Okay, cool. That means it should work on NTSC as well because we're using FF. We're not using some value way off in the bottom of the border, which I will have to try. I'll have to go through this and do some NTSC checks at some point. There we go, nice and smooth. Okay, cool. So the final thing to do then is to make sure that all those sprites are cleared when we start. So we can do that in this sprite setup, sprite save thing, which was where was it? It was around here somewhere. Here we go. Save player sprites. So we're storing that value at B800, blah blah blah. But then what we can do is we can take the value 0 and store that here. And now our sprites should start all blank, and then we should see text roll up from the bottom. There we go. We've got scrolling text over a character background now. Pretty decent. So all we need to do is we need to make this increment one set of rows basically for each time it updates. It basically needs to skip through this a little bit. So let's put some things in here. Let's just call this like row 3. Text to be decided here, but you can see these are split into blocks like this. So actually we need one more here. And let's put a row count here. Actually, this can be a label or a constant. Sprite row count, or text row count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now what's going to happen is every time our sprite pointer changes to that value. Once it gets that value, it's going to reset back to 0 again. And at the same time, what we need to do is we need to make sure that we advance our scroll text value. So we've got this value text fetch pointer, which we actually get. Hang on, because get rid of that. Oh my god, really uncomfortable. Oh. There's some more wine in me. All right, that's the bottle of wine gone. Right, I forgot what I was doing now. Oh yeah, advancing the text. Okay, so if we're gonna grab the next text, when we fetch it from here. That comes from this area here. Okay, so we need to advance this text pointer here. Okay. Which is this one here. So what we need to do is we need to take this value. And what do we need to add? We need to add 36 to this. It's like number wang, isn't it? This. I say a number and I type a different number. Which may or may not be a background clue. Not gonna lie. Okay, so that's going to advance our text pointer. But what we need to do is before we do that, we need to advance our row counter, which is actually our row counter is already being advanced. So we just need to make sure we reset it when it reaches the end. So where is our row counter again? Which was this, not that one. Oh yeah, it was pointer shift. Yeah. Okay, let's can I use Y here? I think I can use Y. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the follow, Spice on. Welcome to the stream, or Spick on, whatever you want to be called. Sprite. Row. No, there was something called row count. I can't remember what it was now. God damn it, 380. Okay, I've got to keep remembering what line one so I can go back. Text row count. God damn it. There we go. Store that, and hopefully now this should kind of repeat the text as it goes around with a bit of luck. Not yet defined symbol, but it's definitely defined because I defined it down here. I remember doing that. Okay, stupid thing. Let's correct that. Wait, the backgrounds aren't working properly. Something's broken because number wang is also in there. Not that one. Maybe I didn't update the list properly at the end, but it's definitely there. Something's wang. Oh well, anyway, number wang is there. I don't know why it's not showing up. The event took it out. Oh, I missed if that was actually working or not. I didn't see it. Didn't see what happened. I don't think it did. I don't think it Oh, there's a little bit of a flicker. Also, it does some weird stuff when it gets to the end, so it's not quite working the way I thought it was going to work. Okay, so maybe the text shift is not the right thing here because that shifts the pointers. Actually, no, yeah, that isn't the right thing here at all. So this actually needs to be a separate counter. So we need another counter, which is like a text row counter, which is just a byte which starts at 0. Which means we need to make sure that that is reset to 0 as well when this starts at 0. And then here, where is it? Here. This is actually correct. That should be incremented like that. But then this should be text row counter. Like that. And the other thing that needs to happen is at this point here, as well as setting that to 0, also need to reset the this one. Scroll the text pointer, I believe. Hang on. Yeah. Be more portable. I think the backgrounds are broken because oh my, do you guess portal? I guess maybe. Okay, it's. Oh, that was weird. Oh, does it have to start? Maybe it has to start on -1. Okay, that would make sense, I guess. There's also a little bit of a flicker, so you need to figure out why there's a flicker there. So, oh no, the backgrounds are working. Okay. Yeah, there is a bit of shuffling going on, isn't there? Yeah, I see that. I see that. There is a bit of flickering going on though as well, which makes me wonder if the timings are a little bit off for this. But you can see it's almost there now. It's a bit quick as well. It should be a bit slower, I think. But they all the rows shuffle actually. It just seems to be round here when they cross. Maybe it's to do with the flicker. It's probably to do with the flicker actually. Yes, I haven't put that in yet. I know that. I am aware of that. And good use of the listen there. That was a good use of the listen. But yeah, I am aware of that. You may have passed. You were very drunk last time. Very drunk. Yeah, it's just hard code. Well, it's not even. Well, I think it is hard code actually, but yeah. Well, if we get time, we'll fix that. I just want to fix this timing issue. Not sure what it is that's causing the timing problem. So there's an update loop up here, which is where we're triggering the thing. Yeah. You were a listen hog as well last time. Yeah, alcohol fixes everything. I just get more alcohol in here. It's the solution to everything. Yeah, I don't know why monolith is not working. That's really irritating me. In fact, let me just check the log. Yeah, these are all coming up in the list, which is odd because they shouldn't. So I can only imagine. I can see 2 in that list that should be there, but there are also 2 that I added recently. So it could just be that I haven't added them to the list. Let me check another thing first. Hang on. Yeah, they're not in the list yet. That's why. I don't know why I haven't updated. I thought I'd updated it, but obviously I didn't. I was rushing a little bit at the beginning of the stream, and I didn't get a chance to prepare properly. So it's fine. They'll be there on the next one. They'll be there on the next one. Okay. Discovered over 50% already. I know you're doing well. It looks like 6502. It is 6502. Yes, it is indeed. And I'm just trying to figure out why my timings are screwed up. Wait. Let's just get rid of that for a second. Might be able to use a scroll to time the map changes as well. No, they're still shuffling, aren't they? I mean, let's just get rid of the map changes for a second. Just want to see what happens. So hopefully now it shouldn't keep drawing. Okay, so what's going on now? Okay, so we're still getting a bit of flicker. So the flicker is nothing to do with the map draw. It's entirely to do with the sprite somehow. My suspicion is that it might be to do with bad lines. Actually, let's have a look where it's jittering. I know, so it still jitters at the bottom sometimes. Let's try my theory of bad lines. So um, let's just undo. Oh no, not that. Let's keep that in there. Let's undo this change and that change. Let's try just adjusting the positions slightly. So let's take one off each of these. And instead of adding 2, we're going to add 3 to each of these. And then our positions stay the same at the bottom. Okay, right. No, there is still a glitch, isn't there? Why is it glitching now? So the update is only changing the text, but it's happening on that update for some reason. The update should only change the text. It shouldn't change the positions of the sprites or anything. But for some reason, it's also affecting the what looks like the Y position. But that implies to me that the update is late for it. So while the Y should have been updated, it actually hasn't drawn. Okay, I'm just going to try adding more to the sprite update here. I mean, it might break some of the edge scrolling a little bit, but I just want to see if that fixes it. It's going to be something really tiny timing thing here. I'm not sure what it is. No, see, we're still getting that right. So let's go and have a look. Oops, let's go and have a look in the debugger to see what's going on. Okay. It's updating the entire sprite at once or piecemeal as it's going. Just updating the bottom row. And no, I've managed to clear out. I managed to clear enough to do 48 sprites. Yeah. So I have enough sprites to do this. Why is that not loading again? What am I doing? Am I loading up? I'm loading on the wrong screen, and I keep doing that. So let's take a look as it moves up the screen. Okay, I don't see why that would be breaking. We're definitely seeing a glitch as it goes over. So what we're doing is we've got 6 sprites on each row. So there are 48 different sprite pointers on the whole screen. All the sprites get moved up on each raster. So each row of sprites has its own raster split. When it reaches the raster split, it moves that row of sprites up a little bit so that when the raster actually reaches the top, it starts drawing. That raster moves with the sprites, so it's always moving just slightly ahead of the sprites. And then what happens is when we reach a certain point, the very bottom row of sprites gets redrawn. When that bottom set of sprites gets redrawn, the sprite pointers for everything else gets shifted. So they're on like a ring buffer that cycles through the different sprites. But for some reason, there's a glitch, and I need to figure out why that's happening. I don't see any obvious reason. What is this debugger? C64 debugger is very, very good. Why is it glitching though? Why is it glitching? So it glitches when I update at the bottom. So if I don't do an update, actually we won't see anything if I don't do an update. What is this doing? This is just updating the pointers. This doesn't, in fact, it's not even updating the pointers, it's updating the data. There is nothing in here which directly changes the Y position of any sprite. So it's nothing to do with this. But for some reason, running this function causes enough of an issue with the interrupts that it seems to glitch. So I wonder, let's have a look at the Y positions. So this is our Y positions. This comes from Sprite scroll index. Could it be that's maybe wrong, or Sprite split index? Let's check where these are updated. These should always be updated in exactly the right place. In here, yes. Scroll index is updated here. It's decreased here even. We don't do any Oh, hang on. Oh, it's there. That's why it's there. God damn it. Sprite scroll index is that one there. What was the other one? The Sprite scroll index and the what's that Y? The Sprite split index. Okay, which grabs. Well, the split index is not going to be wrong because that's updating with the. Are we reaching the wrong split or something? Okay, let's just turn that update off. Let's just turn the fetch update off. Let's see what we get. So turn this off. I am going to have to turn off the update in the drawer in the sprite. Otherwise, what we're going to get is we're just going to get blanked and we're not going to even see anything. So I need to just turn this off for a second, that line. Uh-huh. Okay, see, we're still seeing flickering. So it's nothing to do with the fetch. We're still seeing a flicker. There's a little jitter and there's a little flicker. So something is not right here. And it's causing a little flicker. So let's load it back into the debugger, but this time we're going to use the rewind. So we're going to try and catch a frame where it's not displaying properly, and see what happens. Okay, so here we go. Right, so just let it run a little bit. Okay, there we go. So now let's pause it. And we'll take a look at this screen here. So what we're looking for is stuff disappearing on this screen when I rewind. Oops. Not seeing it though. Really not seeing any point at which these sprites. Oh, there we go. Do you see that? There we go. All right. Where was it? It was around here somewhere. There we go. Wait, why is it not 421? Ah, right. Okay. So now we've got a situation where the sprites are not showing at this point. Now, where are they showing? They're showing at the top. They're showing as zeros up here, which would imply that they're not be. Hey, they're actually being drawn at zero. Everything's drawing fine. And then at this raster point up here, they're being drawn at zero for 2 rows, actually. Okay, cool. Yeah, most of this code has been done drunk, I will say. Never seen a debugger. Oh, this is brilliant. This debugger, it's perfect for this sort of thing. So you can see we had a state where the things were flickering on and off. So what I can do is I can reload it back a little bit. This is the steps. This is the steps background. Steps in his Christmas fetish. Where is Andy actually? Is Andy fallen asleep? Has Andy got suddenly drunk? Yeah, so we can rewind it. We can see this weird state here where actually it has set these Y positions to 1D until this row here. So there is definitely something going on, and it's something to do with where the hell is it now? Oh god, I've gone past it. Damn it. something to do with this bit here. This calculation is grabbing the wrong thing. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to put a breakpoint in here, and we're going to go and have a look at that point in time. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. So this is our update loop. It's not the update loop we want now. It's the IRQ loop here. And I'm going to put the breakpoint in around about here. I think that's probably the right place to put it. If we go back to here, so we're still on frame 421. So let's just knock it back to 420. Sorry, 4, which is the frame we need. Yes. Not this one. 420 we need. There we go. Then if I start that, it should break at this point. Right, so we're now at the top of this screen up here. 1A we're at. We're actually the raster is around about here somewhere. Although I'm not entirely convinced by that. Hang on. Step through. Y register is at 0. Yes. So our 1A. Yeah. So we are indeed at 1A. So we're up here somewhere. And the value 1A has been grabbed from our raster list, and we're going to add that value, and that gives us a value of 1A still. We're going to add 3, and it gives us 1D. So our sprite should indeed be at 1D, which is... Wait. No, that's correct. That is correct. Huh. I'm not convinced by what's happening here now. Because the other thing is they're blank here as well. The pointers are blank, which is this bit. Let's step through and see what it fills the point. So hopefully we should see these pointers fill in when we get there. See, they got lined up there, and they're being drawn indeed around about 1D, but just a bit more than that actually. But not seeing any values stored in here. Now, there are some pointers which are blank, but these pointers are pointing to... See, that one's fine. This one up here, not fine. Let me run that through to the next time we get in it. Okay, so now we're on 60, so we're down here somewhere now. But again, look, the sprites are just up here. So Y is returning... Y is returning 02. The accumulator is putting 5 to him, adding that, it gets 6D. So that's going to be... Yeah, that's these here. Why is it missing these 2 lines? God damn. Okay. Oh, it's such an annoying, tiny little thing. Something somewhere is making this happen too late, maybe. Something else taking too long in here. Is there any other routine in here? No, because we've got rid of that. Thank you for the follow, King Scorpion 64. Welcome to the stream. Okay, there is nothing else in here which should take too much time. Everything else is separated out into either non-IRQ code or small functions, which we know. In fact, none of it is now. It's all in the non-IRQ code. This is not even happening now. Yeah, for some reason we're getting glitches here. But only once every couple of frames. That's the other odd thing about this. This isn't happening every frame, right? This is only happening uh God, how long? Well, once every it's probably happening whenever the hang on. Oh no, because we've already adjusted the value on the scroll. It's going to end up being one of them I do on the next stream, is it? All right, I think we've got at least one more stream to go on this. So this is where the pointers are advanced. I hate this add one thing here, but it's seems to be the efficient way to do it. Okay, this could be the section here, this advanced scroll. So what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to slow it right down so we can see more of what's going on. So this is going to be slowed right down. So actually, let's roll it. Let's see if the flicker slows down with it. So I would expect it to, because I think it is due to the positions. Yeah, the flicker is slowing down with it, right? Which implies that the flicker is happening at a very specific point, which implies it's actually happening in this section of code here, because this section of code is only happening. So this whole thing, let me just indent it. This whole thing is only happening once per however many frames it is. Oh God, my feet are killing, swelling up again. So sitting in chairs like this is not good for me. Okay, so in that case, if we were to not do any of this stuff here, so if we were to do just that section and get rid of that, what would we still see a flicker? So it's jumping back, but I'm not seeing a flicker now. Okay, so this is good news. That means we've narrowed it down to at least I don't think I'm seeing a flicker. Are any of these sprites disappearing for a frame? I don't think they are. It's hard to tell actually because they're moving. So, but I don't think they are, which means it points to this kind of section here. Okay, so what is this section actually doing? This section is increasing our pointer shift. So this is what is making sure our pointers shift as well. It's increasing our text counter as well. So let's get rid of the text counter and just see if the shift point, I think it's a text row counter. I think something weird is going on with this. So this is just going to be the same two rows of text repeating there. So it's not repeating any text now, but we should get a loop on it. But look, we're not seeing any glitches in there now. So what is it about this that glitches? Oh, hang on. Hang on. So what's happening is the the text pointer is updating midway through. So this is updating in an IRQ, but then this fetch is happening outside of the IRQ. So this is happening when this is no, because that shouldn't. Oh no, because it could happen halfway through. Yes, it could happen halfway through an update. Okay. So okay, that's what's happening. So what's happening is as the text is scrolling, it's using an IRQ to update various things. One of the things it updates is um, once every. Actually, this is updating every row, and it shouldn't be updated on every row, which is probably half of the problem, right? In fact, it's the whole of the problem. Why am I updating this on every row? That's why I had to slow it down so bloody much. This should only be happening when this is on 7. Which it's in the Y, so it already. Oh, also look, we're screwing around with Y here. Oh man, there's so many things wrong. I can see all the things wrong with this now. Okay, cool. So if this is 7, then we do this. Otherwise, we jump to skip advance. Now, what we do here is first of all we store Y. Let's just put it on the stack. It's absolutely fine to put it on the stack here. So pushing Y on the stack, and that's because we need to make sure we get it back at this point here. I'm going to change that to pre-skip advance. You'll see why. That's because what we need to do is pull and transfer that back to the Y, because we're actually doing some Y updates here. So what it was doing is occasionally it was skipping a raster, and that was causing the glitch. And also this the scroller text update thing was advancing way too quickly, way too quickly. It's happening on every single raster rather than just the line we wanted it to just on the last line. So now hopefully this should scroll without glitching, which it does. And that means now we can turn on the fetch, text fetch, which was in the update, if I remember rightly. Update, here we go. Boom. With 20 minutes left as well. So what I'll do is I will do the name thing. We've got time to do that. Yeah, I'm convinced it's going to be glitch free, which it is. Awesome. So now we just need to clear those rows. Yeah, so what was happening is basically it was updating some values to do with the shift, but it was doing it on every single split. That was the first mistake. However, that would have still worked, but the problem was is we were using the Y register to do some of that, and we were never putting it back again. And the Y register was telling us which of the splits we were in. So occasionally that would come out of sync, and you'd end up with it missing one of the splits. So that's why you would see flickering in the top ones and then the middle ones, and it would just kind of work its way down the list. So okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm glad we found that. Okay, just need to restore the sprite set thing again. I hope that made sense. It kind of makes sense in my head, but I understand it's probably not the easiest thing to convey, really. So hopefully now this should be glitch-free, 12 rows of text scrolling up in sprites over a background that changes. That's good. I think I need to slow the credits down now. I mean, they are incredibly quick. So I'm going to slow them down because they should be slow and give you time to read them and appreciate them. You have earned them. You've got all the way through the game to that point. You should definitely appreciate them. So slow it down 4 times, and then we'll do the name in the bottom corner. So yeah, there we go. That's much better. Oh, wait. Now it's missing stuff. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Why did that work and the other one didn't? That was weird. Wait, hang on. Sprite split index is always going to be from 0 to 7. 7 is on the last one, so that's fine. Let's do that again. Doesn't make any sense why that would be different, because it's using a timer, right? So let's see what happens, right? 12 rows, 12 rows, 12 rows. And actually, it didn't seem that much slower either, which is weird. Sprite timer, okay. That would go to here, at which point we'd pull and restore that. Everything else up to this point is really just about this bit here. So let's just indent that a little bit. Don't need that anymore. So this is all to do with that. So why did changing that value make any difference whatsoever? This should slow it down. It's strange. Strange. It's missing the first and the last. What? And now, wait, what? It's advancing weird. Is it a carry thing? Maybe it's a carry thing. So wait, hang on. So if we've reached the last point, then we do this. This will do. Oh wait, are we updating? Where are we updating that? I know what it is. It's this thing. Setting that flag wrong. Maybe we're setting the flag too often. I just happen to be timing it perfectly when it's on 3. Aha. Why would that be there though? Would they scroll text flag? I think that's right. Let me try that out. Sorry, I'm just deep in thought there. It's the problem. I'm getting drunk now. I'm finding it hard to see. I have had a bottle of wine and 2 cans of cider. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah, it was just a position. I was updating at the wrong time. I have no idea what it was, but stream will help me understand something and get me close to my goal. Awesome. I'm glad they have cement. And you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. I'm always happy when people, my aim with these streams was always to kind of share what I've learned over the years, and hopefully kind of impart some of that knowledge onto other people. I did 6502 when I was very young, but really, I would say 90% of what I know about the C64 has come in the past 3 years. So being able to share that kind of experience with people is really useful to show that you can, if you just keep doing it and keep doing it and practicing it, you can also learn it all as well. That's perfect. Good speed as well now. Looks good. So we can fill this in with text now, and that would be good, but I'm not going to do that right now. What I'm going to do, I've got 12 minutes left. I'm going to put this name in the bottom corner because at the moment it's just showing one name. As Andy pointed out, let's go and grab that proper name. So the names should be stored in the map data, I believe. Might be wrong though. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, it was just the one. Okay. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16 characters. Okay. I've not heard this for a while. Okay, so this value here, this level creators, this can be a self-modified piece of code. I think here there's no reason to do anything else. But what we do need to do is we need to create this value first. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab our values and do some shifting. So if we grab the current level, does that give us the author or does it not? I don't think it does it? I can't remember how we. Oh, that's right. We were going to do it here. Okay, so currently transfer to X level creates to X. Oh, okay, yeah, we were going to do it like that. Oh, that's it. It's that simple. We just need to add them in. Okay, the code is already there. We just need to add them in. So let's actually drop these back to what we want. God, how have I done? Oh, because I've got it started on the last level, haven't I? So let's get rid of that because that's no longer necessary. Let's get rid of that there. I can't remember who the first level is. Let's have a look. Also means we need to set the first level up properly. So let's just get rid of that for a second. Put that back in a minute and set this to 0. There we go. Okay, so now if I run this, we should get whoever did map 2. I have no idea who did map 2. So if anybody does know, please let me know. Oh, maybe it's in. Oh, it's in Donkey Kong. There we go. We do have it in the list. So why am I missing a level here? What would this one be? There's Let's Make a Game. There it is. Assets, maps, no assets. Oh, God damn it. Assets compressed. 0 to 32, and I've got 0 to 31. 32, like I mean, doesn't feel like it would be the right thing, but completion line 95. Missed something. Oh, okay. So let's see what level this is. Yeah, see, this doesn't feel like it would be a first level, but whatever. It's in here now. I have no idea who made this level as well. Isn't 32 no, the test map is called test map. But actually we should have 32 should be however many levels we have. I think 33 is an odd number, so I'm going to go with no, see, I don't want to put all the names in because they're going to be wrong when I sort the levels out. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to demonstrate that the levels, the names work, but then I'm just going to leave it to till I've sorted out the levels. So I'm just going to put loads of extra names in. Um, oh my god, there's really not that many. Russell Mills, Shallan, Hazemaker. Okay. Just to demonstrate that this actually works, even if it's not the right levels for now, because I do need to sort the levels out into a decent order, and I don't want to do that on stream. I've done enough mapping on stream. I think it's kind of boring, so I'm going to do it all through here, through like off stream sort of thing. I do need to get everybody else's levels though, because I need to check through and figure it out. I think I've missed some here. So this is 6 levels. So let's just, and how many have we got here? 8 times 5. Okay, so let's do 4, 5. God's sake. No. So all the code is in place to do this already. It's just I hadn't set these up, so I'd actually done this. Oh. So I do need to make the completion work. I do need to set this like so. I believe might have to reduce that number down as well in a minute. Yeah, there we go. So we've got the names appearing. That's pretty good. So the only thing that's missing from this now is a completion piece of music. I may just select one of the tunes that I feel is the most completion one and just do that. I think that's probably the easiest way of doing this. I just want to make sure that those rows are. Oh, they are. They do have a space here. That's fine. Because there's like 11 pieces of music in this, so I'm going to take the title music, leave that where it is, and then I'm going to pick the best piece of music I can think of for the completion. I'm going to listen to them all, think of the one that suits the completion the most, use that, and then save the other ones for the game. So that will still mean there's 9 pieces of music or so in the game, or 8. I think one's a game over. But yeah, this looks pretty spot on. This will do. It's nice and accurate, and it should work in NTSC as well. Let's just give it a quick test in NTSC. It's a good point actually. The timings are such that it should do, but I don't know for sure. So let's give it a try. Thank you very much for the bits. I will see who you are in a second. Grey Defender, thank you. Cheers, Grey. Very much appreciated. And thank you for the work you've been doing with the .cosmos testing as well. Very much appreciate it. The feedback. I wish I could fix everything that everybody wants in it, but unfortunately, I think some things have to kind of remain. Like the difficulty that is a trick. Cosmos is bloody hard. I will definitely hold my hand up and say, yep, that's the case. Fortunately, that's probably not going to change. But also, yeah, Gray is on YouTube as well. Check it out. Actually, I need to check his latest video out because he has mentioned Cosmos in that as well. But yeah, Cosmos was always meant to be hard. It was never meant to be easy. It's meant to be one of those games that you practice kind of doing the levels over and over again until you just memorize them. Yep, there we go. It's working in NTSC as well. Let's just make sure it goes all the way up the screen with that because I'm worried about glitches at the top. But other than that, let's go and find someone to raid in the meantime. Duke's on, Zerful's on. Let's raid Zerful actually. No, I don't think I've ever raided Zerful. Oh no, I have actually. Yeah, I have. Yes, I have. Werewolf Dev as well, but Werewolf Dev is just chatting. He's not Devin. He should be Devin. Oh, he is Devin. Oh, who to raid? Who to raid? The 171st has the wrong characters. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's probably to do with the numbers. Okay, well we'll sort that on the next one. It's just to do with the way that it converts the numbers. That's all. Should be easier. Yeah, let's raid werewolf dev as well. Extra credit scrolling the borders. We actually could scroll in the borders, but then we'd need another row of characters, another row of sprites. We actually do have enough sprites to do that, but you're still in a situation where I'm not sure it's going to add an awful lot. So uh, I would, yeah. I mean, yeah, it is a nice idea, but I'm not going to bother. I don't think. All right, let's raid Werewolf Dev. He's only got 7 viewers on at the moment. Let's go raid him as soon as he's deving. I'd rather raid a dev over everybody else. Thank you very much for coming along tonight. I managed to get through most of my alcohol. I think I'm on my last half a glass of wine. I do still have one can of cider left, but that will wait for next time. And thank you very much. I shall see you all on Tuesday. We're going to do a little bit more Game Boy. It's probably going to be the last Game Boy stream. I can't envisage there's any reason why I'd need to do another Game Boy stream after that. So it will be the very last Game Boy stream on Tuesday. And then after that, I don't know what we're going to do. Could be some Mega Drive, could be some Dissect streams. I don't know. Thank you for coming and see you all on Tuesday. Cheerio.